Make sure it gets done.
Stacy, we all good? Okay. Ron, it's good to have you back.
I don't know how to
No,
no,
I don't think I can be some sort of issue regardless of your present.
like a lot of.
Yeah.
Just to make sure.
Yeah. That's why we. Excellent. Make you good. Then it's a little bit after 4 o'clock. I'll call the order the work sessions. Thought we were doing Frisco Comes Alive as a rented. Give it a second, see. Look at that.
Everything better that I do.
Thank you. So it's a very inclusionary process. Now we're good to go. All right, well, I'd still like to convene the work session for Frisco Town Council. First agenda item is an update from the Summit Community Care Clinic.
Yeah. Hello, everyone.
Welcome.
Thank you for having us here. My name is Sarah Dayton. I am the grant manager for the Summit Community Care Clinic. I've been there since 2017. And then this is Dan Becker. He is our new CEO.
Nice to meet you. I've been with the care clinic since June. I was hired on as the CFO. And then I was appointed to the board in November as the CEO.
Yeah. We're really just here to give you all an update on what we do, how we serve Summit County and the residents of Frisco, just so you guys know what we're doing. So our mission is to provide exceptional integrated patient-centered care that's available to all. We have been in the county for, actually last year was our 30-year anniversary. So we started as a volunteer walking clinic. We became a federally qualified health center in 2015. And so that essentially means that we are recognized by the federal government, and we're recognized by the federal government to provide services to those who are low income. And it also means that we do not deny anyone access to care, no matter their ability to pay. So there's kind of a really high level what it means. We have a lot of quality metrics and all these things that we manage under that. Our service area includes all of Summit County, all of Lake County, and then parts of Park and Grand. All of those areas we serve is known as a health provider shortage area for medical services, dental, and behavioral health services. And then Park and Summit County are also designated as medically underserved areas. So you'll see kind of that bottom list there is those are lists from the Summit County Public Health Needs Assessment. And so those are things that are specifically called out of needs for our county. And then the highlighted ones are ones that we actually directly impact. So mental health, substance use, and provider availability.
What are the other highlighted? The Eagle County, Vale, West Vale? These just happen to be on that map. Or...
No, under HRSA, we're required to call out service areas. So those service areas say we do draw patients from those areas to our main clinic to provide care. So in the future, when we look at that demand going up, we're going to look at the funding to that a clinic reduce their transportation to the box.
So just to run through where all of our sites are and what we're literally doing is up at the MOB by the hospital, we have a medical office, a dental office, and behavioral health office. Those we kind of consider as our main clinics, or the main services we provide. And then we also operate 7 school-based health centers. So a school-based health center is essentially a mini Summit Community Care Clinic within the schools. We have a medical provider who'll go there, a dental hygienist, and we also have behavioral health therapist. And so we have 7 Wake Health Centers that cover all all 3 of those service lines. 5 of those are in Summit County. And then just this school year, we were doing 4, this school year we added the 5th of Upper Blue. We are at Frisco Elementary School. It's not a state recognized school-based health center, but at Frisco Elementary, we provide behavioral health services and dental screenings all throughout the year. The behavioral health therapist is there weekly, providing therapy. In Lake County, we have a dental clinic, and just in September, we expanded and opened offices at the public health office there. We're providing medical and behavioral health services. That's just brand new as of September. And then in October, we opened a dental clinic in Park County, so in Fairplay there. Back in September 2022, we opened a pharmacy inside of our medical clinic, which is just up at the MOB. And so this allows patients to leave their medical appointments with prescriptions. So for example, you came in and you needed some prescription for your blood pressure. Instead of having to leave, drive to the pharmacy, whatever it may be, you could pick it up as you leave from your appointment. A huge benefit of this as well is we qualify and we're under the 340B program. And so that means we are able to purchase prescriptions at a discounted rate, which means we can then pass those discounts on to our patients. So we serve a lot of uninsured patients, which we'll get into, but it allows us to just help our patients who are low income afford their medication.
A good example of that is if you have a steroid-based inhaler for asthma, they're going about $300 if you buy them over the counter. 340B pricing allows us to access them for about $20, and we add $5 for just the dispensing fee. So now our low-income patients have access to these drugs they would go without.
So just a little bit about our services. We do everything through an integrated care model, which essentially means all 3 of our service lines, medical, behavioral health, and dental, work collaboratively to care for holistically for that person's healthcare. So if you were to come in for a medical appointment, you are screened for depression, and then you're screened for when was your last dental cleaning. And we connect patients to and from departments as that patient needs that care. This is just a quick list, a snapshot of services we provide. These services are all provided at our main clinic. Then we also have in our schools, these services are provided, but dental is a little bit more condensed in the schools where it's not, the dentist isn't going, but we're doing cleanings, x-rays, sealants, fluoride varnishes, all that sort of stuff. This is just a little snapshot of our visits and patients over the years. And I would have added 2023 in there, except the numbers aren't totally finalized. You know what, I misaccurately represented. But you can see there's been an upward trend. I do know that in 2023, we surpassed 9,000 patients. So I do know we did increase in 2023. I don't really know where the visit count was, but you can see COVID kind of dropped a little bit, but we've been increasing since. This is our payer source. So this is essentially where costs come or who's paying for that cost of service. If you see it, about 45% of our patients are uninsured. We do have a program called a care card, and so that's essentially a sliding fee scale. So patients who are below 300% federal poverty level are able to qualify for our sliding fee scale program. So, for example, if you're in our lowest fee class, I believe you're paying $20 per visit. So people can qualify for that. So that group is included in this uninsured population. And then 31% are on public insurance. So that'd be Medicaid. So if you look at these stats added up, only about 20 to 30% of our patients have private insurance. So
I'll ask you a question, or do you want to wait till the end?
oh, jump in.
I'm curious, does it help the care quality to have insured patients?
Yes. So do you want to answer this or me?
So, being in a federally qualified health center, we're entitled to enhanced payment for Medicaid and Medicare. They're required when we do file cost reports annually with them. the government has established for FQHCs is we're reimbursed our cost, average cost visit for that visit of care. And that's why the public insurance, the Medicare and Medicaid are our best payers, where if you look at a hospital, that's gonna be flipped the other way around. They're gonna be the worst payers, because they pay about 60 to 40 cents on the dollar for their cost. That helps support because it's an average cost calculation. Medicaid is actually helping support paying some of the uninsured population, but it's also helping us provide the best care. There are a lot of private practice clinics that won't accept Medicare and Medicaid. We become the one source, so the government has recognized that, and that's why they put those federal regulations in. It will never be a profit center for us because it's a reimbursement of our average cost. But we still accept everybody, and we have a hardship policy, so if anybody, even insured people, run into something financially hardship wise, house burns down, family member dies, we will forgive their debt to help them through those scenarios. And that's all part of our regulations that have this kind of care.
So what about the private insurance?
Private insurance reimburses us probably less than a hospital system because we don't have the volume to demand the better pricing in the market. We average about 120% of Medicare rates, which is not great, but we still see them, we still take care of them.
Epicot perfectly leads into our revenue sources because we have part of our revenue sources is through insurance reimbursement, so that's huge for us. But then we have this large population of patients who are uninsured, and so that's where grants come in. So about 60% of our revenues are from grants. And so it's great to get that insurance reimbursement, because obviously if we didn't get that, then that would require higher amounts we would need to get from donors or grants. But
when somebody comes in uninsured, at the appropriate poverty level, and you bring up probably doesn't matter if it's $1,000 bill or $10,000. How does that look against them going forward?
It's not held against them, and every patient, even new patients and every patient that comes in time every year, through the year, are always offered our sliding fee program to apply for it. And if they qualify, we look back 30 days, 60 days and discount whatever service they have received if they've been in before. And then secondly, if they can't afford what was in the past, our hardship policy allows them to apply and we can just pay it off. So, and we don't go to an outside collection source. We don't report on credit histories or hurt anybody's credit. The last thing we want to do is create more barriers for this patient.
yeah,
Just along those lines, and I think just sort of to clarify, I think what Lisa might have been asking was, do you benefit more from having insured come? Like, does that cover more of your cost? Or does it not?
Actually, the insured population, the reimbursement level we get doesn't cover our operating costs because of our integrated model.
And you
our
don't charge
bilingual.
the patient, right?
And we don't charge the patient. We have contractual agreements with Blue Cross Blue Shield and there's a copay. We do charge them for that. But the nice thing about an FQHC, a federally qualified health center, is insured and uninsured can apply for the sliding fee card, and that caps their out-of-pocket cost. So they have a high deductible Blue Cross Blue Shield payment and they qualify for the sliding fee card, say nominal 100% or less. Their care is free except for the $15 charge. Even if the EOB comes back and says they owe $300 for this visit, we discount it to $15. That's the only cost we pass on to that insured person, because the sliding fee card is the federally regulated one that caps all out of pocket for this population.
So trying to get my head around this. I'm sitting there with insurance and I have a choice of going to you guys and giving you an insurance card or going to High Country Health. You lose money on every patient, better off if I go to High Country Health, okay?
Right, but you're right, that can't deny access to anybody.
I know you will welcome me and you will, but on the side, you might say, why don't you go over there next time? Unofficially.
Unofficially, we serve everybody, and if you're in that care card category, that's all we expect from you. Again, when we come back to the Medicaid cost part and the Medicare cost part, these are averaging my average cost. That helps cover some of that cost that's not captured under that care card. That limits your insurance payment. And we also get a grant from the federal government to cover that sliding fee population, that care card population, that pays for the cost of providing that care to you without making it fund. So
Did you want me or not?
I do that.
You. Okay. Right.
But let me clarify though. The benefit you're talking about is to the person who came in.
Correct.
If you have insurance, they're billing that insurance to the fullest extent. Which is different than what is due to the people coming in on the care card. So therefore, the insured population does benefit the care clinic by supplementing the rest of the program through their private insurance coverage.
But the amount covered is not suffice.
It doesn't, but it's more than the people coming in off the street without insurance.
Right.
So you lose less.
Insured. Hope that helps.
Yeah, no, and the bottom line is I've used your services. I truly appreciate it because they've been great. And it's always been when my primary is either unavailable or not, willing to see me or whatever. Walk in and you guys get it done. And I didn't understand how it all worked, because I give it all my stuff. I tell you how much I make and everything else, and still would not get charged much. And so I appreciate it. And the service is awesome. It really is.
Well, any other questions, I guess, about revenue? Right, the next slide. All right. So just a little snapshot of our patient population. About 40% of our patients are Hispanic Latino. And just to compare that, about 15% of Summit County as a whole is Hispanic. So we're seeing a larger percentage there. And about 37% of our patients are best served in a language other than English. The primary other language is Spanish. So we have multiple bilingual providers. We also have a Spanish interpreter full-time, and we have an interpretation service just to make sure everyone we see gets that service language they prefer. The top chart, you can see our breakdown of where our patients are coming from. So about 60% of our patients are from Summit County, and of those, 10% live in Frisco. That's not the mic. Oh, there we went. There's still not there. All right. There's always technical stuff. Okay. Oh my goodness. I guess I can just slow down. Okay, there we go.
What's, sorry, I think it might just go, like, if I'm getting ahead, just tell me. Do you see a need for service kind of climb this time of year when like the skiers bringing all the J1 visa? But I'm just thinking of kind of that language services portion of that last slide. Do you ever look at kind of patient visitation trends, or is that not?
We do, we see variations, being in the fall and winter time, you get flu, seasonal viruses going through, so there's peaks. We're gonna develop group visits to try to address those, to manage the levels so our providers don't get burned out during those peak times. In the summer, you see dips. Considering our clinic and our hours currently, you don't see a lot of tourism coming into our clinic. They're more going to the urgent care, which they're used to. But we are looking at expanding and providing opportunities for seeing those patients if we need to. Usually when a skier hurts themselves, that's above primary care's resources to provide. You're gonna need x-rays, you're gonna need probably splinting a broken bone or something, and that's not a primary care place. We take care of people who don't feel good, who have viruses, acute issues, and chronic care management. So we're looking at expanding and providing more to our community. But we did investigate with some of the resorts around town, and they find in the first year, they don't really offer a healthcare option for some of their newly hired people. In the second year, they do offer it. So we're trying to cover that first year and give them access to care so they don't go a year without care, because a lot of these people have some kind of chronic condition that a year would be not good for them in quality of life aspect. So this slide talks about our federal poverty levels. Currently, we have federal funds that cover from 0 to 200% of the federal poverty level. That covers the cost of the care. That's the salaries, the supplies that we get for medical, dental, and behavioral health services. Because of the cost of living in Summit County, we have decided to go up to 300% of the poverty level. That 200 to 300% is not covered by a federal grant. So that's where support from the Summit Foundation, the counties, and our grant programs help us extend our discount grant to people who have a challenge deciding, do I buy dinner or do I get my heart medicine today? So, I mean, we are going above and beyond what we're asked for, and your community members who donate to our clinic, the foundations that donate, help us do that. And together we're raising the health of our community. Another example, we started out as a free clinic with volunteer providers. We are now in FQHC. We're required to meet the same kind of primary patient-centered medical home quality as hospitals, urgent cares. So at Summit Community Care Clinic, we do track A1Cs greater than 9. That's an out of control diabetes diagnosis. We're seeing significantly fewer ones because we're helping those patients get their A1C in control and lower it below 9, which is considered out of control. That's been very good. We screen 93% of all the patients we see every year for tobacco, and then we educate on cessation and connect them with resources. So we do, these are just a snapshot of a few. We have 99 quality metrics we monitor every year on all our patients. So we do have positive outcomes and some quality measures every year. We have to focus on and do better.
Do you get any nicotine tax revenues? Good.
I'll actually share a little bit about that, where we get them.
So there is a study from CCHN, which is Colorado Community Health Network. We do a study to see what the impact of having Summit Community Care Clinic in your area. We provide about 120 jobs, nearly 50% of them are bilingual, because we have a 40% Spanish population we serve, where English is not the primary language. We bring into an economic impact in the areas we serve about $26.4 million worth of revenue. We reduce the cost of the community by measure of reducing or creating a savings for the Medicaid population of 5.1 million. That's where we're helping them control chronic conditions like hypertension and diabetes, that they don't end up using the ERs. So the state has a savings. And then we also overall in the medical health system, we're bringing $12.5 billion worth of savings with that quality and care and helping people manage their chronic conditions long term. Overall, this was a study done by CCHN, Colorado Community Healthcare Network, in 2021. And this was specific to the care clinic's impact in the communities we serve. So other challenges, like other nonprofits in Summit County, cost of housing does impact our staffing and recruitment and retention. Changing community demographics and donor base. We have noticed that people who have their first choice home in Summit County are moving on and selling it to another younger population, and we're struggling connecting with that. I do meet with the other nonprofits in town, and they struggle with the same thing. So together, we'll keep working on it. Other challenges, we have a high dependency, 60% of our revenue on grants and donations. Grants aren't guaranteed. We have to write for them. We have to show that their value of the dollar is being stretched as far as they can, or they can repurpose that somewhere else. We also have a lack of space. The MOB is a great facility. We have more demand for dental services than 7 operatories in the MOB can just handle. So we're going to be looking at our facilities and how we can expand that and integrate it maybe with the medical departments. But there's always an increased need, and we're always looking for increasing our access for the community members that we serve.
So some of our just current focus areas is kind of going back to that revenue source, but just trying to maximize the payment collections we can, while also though ensuring we're not restricting access to care for our patients. We are doing intentional outreach to patients, specifically with chronic care management, things like that, to ideally catch those conditions early and help them receive that preventative ongoing care instead of not receiving regular care and then end up we're doing intentional outreach and work on that. And then similar, we're doing intentional outreach around Medicaid. As you guys may be aware of, there's the Medicaid cliff is what we're referring to as public health emergency ending. And so with that, there's people who are then using Medicaid because they were able to stay on Medicaid during it. So we have dedicated staff who are doing outreach to help those patients either maintain their Medicaid or get re-enrolled in Medicaid or some other insurance option that's affordable for them. And then a really big project is we are replacing our electronic health record. We're in that process, and that will hopefully, by replacing it, will not only be able to provide a better data about our community, patients we're serving, how we're serving them, the barriers they're encountering, but also help us improve our efficiency internally, which ultimately can lead to just more patients getting access to care. So that's a huge project.
Our current electronic health record doesn't communicate well with other hospitals and clinics in the area or across the nation. One of the things we're looking for is that connection. So one of the tourist people come in and they're having problems with their current chronic condition, we can actually access their medical records from the state they came from, pull it in instead of duplicating that we would have to pull in. They can diagnose, getting that history will help us provide better care to those patients.
So some of our partnerships, specifically looking at Frisco, you guys have been super generous with us, and we've participated in your concert in the park, and we have a big annual event every year called Super for Soul. We always partner with us in that, with some in-kind donations. And then, as you mentioned, we are a recipient of the Nicotine Tax Fund. So there's part 1 and part 2, we receive funding from both sides of it. So the funding from the Nicotine Tax Fund is really supporting, the language actually right there is the language from the ballot, but it's specifically supporting us to continue to provide affordable care that is accessible to patients. And so that tax and those funds you guys provide is huge for us, and it's been a critical just piece of our sustainability. Yeah, that is actually all we had. Did you guys have any other questions or anything?
Appropriate share of the.
That's actually a great question. I would say yes, there's some questions we've had about it, but generally I would say yes. If you look at where the distribution is, I feel like it's very fair and very appropriate. I think where some things have been maybe slightly, I don't know what the right word would be, but questionable in some of our minds is that there's also a lot of emphasis on just nicotine. Well, in the ballot, it talks about affordable care and access and things like that. But generally, it's huge for us. And the Tobacco Coalition, ironically, the meeting was today, and they've done a strategic plan for the whole. I think actually you guys are probably a part of some of the planning process. Is that we went to the whole strategic plan today, and that is turning out to be really great. And I feel like it's going to give direction to it, which it hasn't always been. So I think it'll be really great.
And I'd like to say thank you for your support. You help us help the community be healthy and thrive. So appreciate your help in all the ways that you do.
Sounds, I don't think I can formulate a question or comment. I'm struggling with what's in my mind, but it's, you talk about having to go up to 300% because that's the power or the wealth disparity here.
Sure.
We keep talking about that with the housing issues we have where we have to go way beyond the average median income because it still isn't capturing that group. But I know we're talking a lot as towns, county, working with even like Congressman Goose and have you ever sat down with, since he does have a representative here, the congressman's office or anybody else to really just say, hey, like, and kind of give them that portion of their conversation, because we're starting to get a little more traction on a bigger picture that the numbers that work across the country don't work here. And I just guess I would say it would be helpful if you ever wanted that connection. I want to do that because not that I will see huge change, but there's some efforts being had on that front. And I think this is just as telling that just because somebody has a home doesn't mean they're going to be healthy, or just because someone is healthy doesn't mean they can afford to have a home or otherwise. And they're so interconnected, in my opinion. I think drawing those two together would be important. So if you ever want that connection or conversation to be.
We would, we,
Yeah.
glad we take a seat at the table and help support that.
Yeah, because we're both battling a similar problem of math to try to serve our community, so.
I know, I don't know if that meeting specifically has ever happened, but I know we have our previous leadership has been intentional to meet. And he mentioned CCHN, Colorado Community Health Network. They're a collaboration that supports federally qualified health centers. Ironically, also today, I was on a public affairs meeting with them where they do intentional lobbying and just education for us and help us get in front of the right people. And so we do have some of those supports as well. But yeah, like Dan said, it'd be great to have any connections would be awesome.
Good.
Any other questions?
Thank you for you.
Thank you guys for letting us know.
Appreciate it.
So let's go with Jesse, so you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We got it.
Have a great meeting.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Hey guys, nice to see you.
Watch them. Not jumping ahead. That was what you looks like.
How do you do it?
Let's go practice.
Or you just don't do it?
Yeah, thoughts. It's jealous. I did. I wasn't gonna bring up the fact that we have a dumpster enclosure.
You might not have any connection. Good job, Steve.
We go there, I was trying to like. Gentle, friendly, oh, he's even got photos. Yeah.
Hey. I drive by, I hear.
He's sourcing these bricks to make it nice to spill.
Oh, boy, that's phase two.
recycle our.
Yeah. Well, pick up.
With that interlude, we'll move on to the next agenda item, and that is our 2024 grants update. This is just kicking us off.
I'll pick us up. So we have Addison and myself to provide an update. We also have online, Ted, who is our grant services provider from Michael Baker. So he's also available to answer some questions. Feel free to answer questions as we go, but we also can have some discussion time at the end. So kind of our objectives here is to provide some background on how we got where we are today. To brief you on where we're at with grant applications, and a funding summary. Giving you our strategic list of grants that we're working on, how they've been awarded. There's Ted. And then to have some open discussion if needed at the end. So on the background, we kind of have gotten to where we are related, in large part actually to the pandemic. There was a real flooding of the market, that was a result of the pandemic, based upon different bills that came out. Right now, we're seeing a lot of grants that are coming out of IIJA and IRA. And these have taken some time. So even though they were adopted at the federal level quite some time ago, what's happened is that there's pass-through funding. So the state of Colorado has applied at the federal level and has formed funding programs through different bills. And so we're just now seeing many grant awards that are available and notices of funding related to these federal programs. So it just has taken some time. And so you might recall that early on when we were starting to hear about all these programs, we had hired a lobbying firm at the federal and state level to give us some information on that. Since that time, we've kind of taken a different route, and we have kind of in two parts. One part is we have drafted a legislative policy statement. It was adopted via resolution in 2023. It identifies, where you all stand on some general issues where we can communicate this to our legislative delegation. It's based upon our strategic plan and other plans that we have, and it can serve as a guiding document as well as an advocacy tool. So we've kind of checked that one box. Oh. And then the other box here was the grant services. So we did do an extensive interview process. Some of those interviews were based upon people that were recommended to us by our lobbyist firm. But then additionally, we were able to talk to other municipalities about what they recommended and where they had found success. And so then one of the people that we interviewed or companies that we interviewed was Michael Baker International. So they definitely have a history. They were founded in 1940. They do have a local office here in Colorado in Lakewood. They are more than just someone to help us provide or to learn about grants. They have some expertise in engineering, planning, and consulting. So they really went through our documents and have understood that. And I'm gonna let Ted take over here. Ted, just let me know when you want me to flip to the next slides, and he can tell you a little bit more about himself and process.
Yeah, that sounds good. Leslie, thank you for that, and members of council there. Thanks for your time this afternoon. Good to be sitting in here and looking forward to the discussion. So yeah, as Leslie said, my name is Ted Hyde, and I'm a senior associate with a company called Michael Baker International. And Leslie and staff team members and I have been working together for about 1.5 years now on exactly that: grant strategy, grant application development, pursuit, and execution. And we'll get into a little bit of what that is, but really here to kind of give you an overview of what my role has been alongside the staff team there and kind of where things sit as of right now. So let's go to the next slide, please, Leslie. Great. So when we started things off about 1.5 years ago, and Leslie alluded to this really, but our first step was to get a much better understanding and get our arms around what were the priorities of council and the community, and really do a fine comb through those adopted policy documents. that really guide grant interests and grant pursuits. And from where I sit, I have to say it was a really refreshing exercise because sometimes you work with jurisdictions and you really have to hunt and peck to find where that policy guidance is and kind of where the community feeling is. But in the case of Frisco, the documents were not only readily available, but it really came through again and again, looking across those policy and planning documents, kind of what the community sentiment was, how Frisco kind of views itself now and where it wants to go in the future. So that was the first part of our exercise. And then we really kind of laid out across those priorities, what were the possibilities in terms of federal grants, such as EPA grants, state grants, when in the transportation realm, what would good CDOT grants be? More at the regional level, also CDOT, but grants made available through the transportation planning region. And then thinking about agencies, as many of you probably know, DOLA is an administrator of several different grants that are relevant to the town's interests. So we kind of laid out all the possibilities across the different priorities for the town and then started to mix and match, if you will. What we found looking at the priorities, that Frisco has a very diverse portfolio of things that is pursuing supplemental funding for. Things that I've either done research for or directly worked on in tandem with Leslie and staff is sidewalk improvements out on State Highway 9, trail improvements in the recreational area on the peninsula, lighting for the Main Street area and State Highway 9. Currently looking at possibilities for an EV charging station for the town's fleet at the Public Works building. Certainly workforce housing in the downtown area, wayfinding signage, downtown complete streets for kind of that downtown core, and then electrical system upgrades for Slopeside and the Old Town Hall. So taking that all together, when we think about what grants is the town best suited for, we really think about several key factors. And there's a list here. This isn't exhausted, but several of those that really guide our consideration and the conversation is how does this project line up with, or is the project consistent with really the town's policy or the town's guiding planning documents? So that's kind of a key guiding factor. Project readiness is another one. I think if it's just an idea, it hasn't been stated in a plan, it's just kind of back of napkin thinking, it's probably not going to be or would be less competitive for a grant application. So we certainly look at readiness. Community support, that's something we evaluated as much as we could in our matrix. I think you can go into a grant pursuit with some community opposition, but certainly if it's a broadly stated and supported community priority, generally speaking, you're going to be better positioned to pursue that grant. Estimated cost. Dollars are not limitless, as we all know, and we have to think about not only what is what we are asking for in terms of the grant, but what is the required local match of the town, and is that money available given all the priorities that you guys are trying to balance? And just to that next point, is that local match in fact available? And then grant opportunities and deadlines. There is limited capacity across staff. Any given week, they're trying to account for and deliver on several different things. So is there capacity to not only support the application, but if the project and the grant is won, is there is there capacity there to manage and administer and report on the grant? I'll share a quick story with you. We were about 2/3 of the way through a grant development process with another client and got on a progress tracking call, and they said, well, we're going to have to pull the plug simply because if we win this, which we have a good chance of doing, we won't have the staff to administer the project. So we backed out. So really what this has looked like over the last year and a half, with kind of Leslie as the skipper, but with several other staff across departments, is we have a monthly progress check-in call. where we're typically talking about between 5 and 7 different projects. What is the grant opportunity coming up? What is the deadline? How is the application going? But in addition to that, is anything new come up since our last call in terms of opportunities, notice of funding announcements, any notable changes in council priorities that would require kind of a shift in strategy, things like that. So thus far, it's been really fruitful. From our side, it's been a great collaborative relationship. Generally, town staff engagement has been very strong. Staff is very helpful. So it's been good. But I know Leslie has, I think you have some more slides here, don't you, Leslie?
Yeah, quite a few more slides.
Okay. All right.
Well, thank you, Ted, and he's also available for answering questions.
Yep.
I do reinforce, what Ted was talking about as far as the last bullet on here, as far as monthly progress. So we've definitely made an effort to identify who throughout the town are stakeholders. And so we have a wide variety of people that are attending these monthly progress calls and participating in this grants work group. And people that are, in addition to the monthly progress calls, also having side calls to kind of follow up, especially with deadlines or getting close. So I just want to recognize that there's lots of members of staff that have made all of this possible. And also reinforcing what Ted said about compliance. A lot of these are newly awarded and upcoming grants. So I'm not losing sight of what we have to come, and there's still more work to be done. So this is just showing you the slide that was presented in the budget work session, exactly as it appeared at that time. We are going to discuss, some changes to what was presented. But these grants that we identified at that time totaled 7 million, noting that 4 million of that is related to PFAS mitigation. So that is the lion's share of that funding that was identified. But this is a pretty lengthy list. And these were grants in general or opportunities where we attempted to identify potential grants. And oftentimes those are upcoming, so they haven't released the notice of funding yet. We haven't seen what all the details are. So they certainly weren't anything that was guaranteed. But we did make a conscious effort to be strategic related to the 2024 budget. In tying town projects, two things that we thought were likely candidates, capital and non-capital, and prioritizing, because again, we can't do everything. And this is quite a lengthy list. Oh, geez. Down, definitely down, sorry. So kicking us up, Addison is here to go through several of the projects. We also have the stakeholders here to answer any additional questions that you all may have.
Hello, thank you. So the first one, just running down our list here, our Main Street and Highway 9 solar retrofit project. That was a real great one. So if I scroll
down.
What was really attractive to the state on this is that we combine both projects, retrofitting our existing infrastructure that we have, but the infrastructure that is going to be on Highway 9. And with how much commerce has increased on Highway 9, that played in as well. So that was a good chunk of funding that we received from the state, from DOLA. And, in total, the project costs together are $1,060,000. We were awarded that $785 from the state. So the lion's share of that will probably go into the solar lights, fixtures, and the solar engines, because they're expensive units, but they're well worth it.
I think also it's important to recognize that Public Works will be doing that work in-house, so that is kudos to staff.
And we have the lights that are gonna be on Highway 9 will match the lights that we have on Main Street. That's our new spec specification. Other areas where we make lighting improvements, we want to have that look. That's our iconic look. When you talk to people who visit, they love our Main Street. So we just really tried to capture that. Liar.
I don't know.
Our climate action plan, so. You know, what's great about our town, our community, our council, our staff is, you know, everybody is. Very engaged and wants to help out for our future, especially our climate future, so. You know, we are working with the county and HC3, you know, to. Get all of those plans taken care of. And the climate action plan specifically, you know, that's our revenue when we achieve those goals. You know, our current status on that, you know, we were awarded through DOLA. The project cost was $110,000 and our funding awarded was $55,000. So that ongoing spending is going to be worked in conjunction with the environmental sustainability budget. You know, one caveat to this, and I'll get to it at the end, is mentioning our ESCO projects that we have coming shortly. So again, I'll get to that at the end. Okay, there we go. Mouse is just too confusing. Our comprehensive plan. So in 2019, there was a community plan that was done, but this is, as we know, 2019, we are a vastly different place than we were in 2019. Who would have thought? So, you know, there was a need for the town to be proactive and think about its development and how to be consistent in that development, and not only consistent, but sustainable in that as well. That was also awarded through DOLA. Out of a $200,000 project cost, we were awarded $100,000. And there was an RFP issued, and Katie, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that contract is on consent tonight?
It is now.
No? Okay,
It will be in about 10 minutes.
there you go.
Yes, as you go through these.
Yes.
Can you identify, like, we got a grant for 100,000 budget for that, where that's true savings that will be reflected in a budget?
We did budget for several of these.
That's what I mean.
That was when we budgeted for, and then as we discussed, we gave you the information that if we were not awarded what we budgeted, that we would have to come up with a plan B. And there is an example of that later in here, but I think we only have one example of that in here so far.
Didn't
We
get what
haven't
we
received
expected.
it, and we're gonna have to come up with a plan B.
All the rest were getting what we.
Well, we haven't applied for all of them, but.
Oh, okay.
So far, so good.
This is still, this is what we're applying for, what we are.
No, these were awards.
Yes, so in our current status, we have, I've made sure just to make sure it was very clear to the council whether it was awarded or in process or work pursued.
And I get, okay. I just didn't know which ones we were hoping for, but didn't budget for. That's what I mean.
Yeah, and as we get further on, there's a couple, I'll just say it right now, PFAS mitigation, you know. That lion's share of that $4 million, it's like, we're hoping to get every single penny we can. I think everybody here is hoping for that, you know, we just haven't. Our project was deemed acceptable by the CDPHE, we're just not in that yet, because several factors, so, for example, that would be.
We'll call out the ones that we didn't budget for and ones that require a plan B. So far, we budgeted for these.
So our public building electrification grant. So this would be considering two projects, both Slopeside Hall and Old Town Hall. And Old Town Hall is great because we are removing all gas services from the building. They're going fully electric. So this project qualifies because with that, there are systems that qualify for reimbursement.
changing over from a gas to an electric fired boiler. We're doing a smaller VRF system for the heating and cooling, that type of stuff. Those are the reimbursable costs. Now, when you move to Slopeside Hall, I mean, we have 126 solar panels alone, and then you have the electrical equipment associated with that. You have a massive VRF system with that. You have the backup heating and cooling units that are associated with that. So, our combined project cost would be $520,000, but our potential funding, because we're not yet awarded, that grant has been submitted to the Colorado Energy Office, just waiting to hear back from them as they're going through it. But our potential funding, which is the max that they will grant, is $500,000. So out of 2 projects, that's good. Again, Slopeside taking the lion's share because it is a brand new facility, no gas even going in it to begin with, which is why I qualify. Universal recycling and pay as you throw. I know Jesse is very familiar with this one, Councilman Berlin, I'm sorry. And Summit County, there was a main goal to reduce waste by 40% by 2035. Again, as I had mentioned earlier, Frisco's strong desire and dedication to a greener future, it just made sense to align with this. Moving forward into the future, HC3 will be managing that program. And the current status is that was awarded to HC3 through the Summit County Government Strong Futures. And then funding will go straight to HC3 since they are administering the program.
But there were not funds received by the town of Frisco from the Strong Futures Fund for this.
Our EV charging stations. So, I mean, pre-COVID, there was our first little bank that we got on Third. We saw the need grow, and the need is continually expanding for those. Now staff is trying to analyze several different locations throughout town to make it feasible and stuff like that. As it relates to our fleet, Public Works is a great area for that. We have a bulk of the vehicles next to PD and Beck and everybody else. In our partnership with Excel, that is going to help us continue the installation of those and our infrastructure upgrades. Our current status on this is not yet applied for, but that grant will be through the Colorado Energy Office. The projected project cost of $200,000 with potential funding of $160,000. It is worth noting that the Public Works fleet design is actually completed through Excel, and that dollar value between their design and their infrastructure upgrade, which is there was an easement brought forward to council. I'm shaking his head, yes, I remember that. That's part of that project, and that in itself is also worth up to $200,000 too. So our partnership with Excel is definitely paying with looking at these alternative fuel vehicles.
And then noting one that actually was not included on the budget slide, but is something we're looking at, is related to the actual vehicles. So CDPHE has the Clean Fleet Vehicle Grant Program. That one opens up in March. So it wasn't budgeted for, but that is also one we're expecting.
It wasn't budgeted for, and that's a good program, because if we rewind a little bit, the town did a fleet analysis. So we already have the data for which vehicles make sense to switch out. So we already have kind of a huge jump start in the grant application. A lot of the heavy lifting that Michael Nation's done, our fleet supervisor, he and I are working cohesively together on that to get that grant application in, which things are going real well. Moving forward to our Highway 9 sidewalk improvements. Years ago, there
There was just a need, the town needed a path in front of Walmart. It was a little difficult getting that easement finally from Walmart for such a small postage stamp that we needed to make that work. There was a need for rework anyway in between School Road and the animal hospital. And the town, working with Michael Baker and CDOT, you know, applied for a TAP grant. We were not awarded that. In my discussions with CDOT, you know, we were next in line. Thankfully, there was an IMTPR member that returned their awarded money because they were just like, we're not ready. We can't do this. It's not feasible. So in doing so, the TPR voted and Frisco and another TPR member voted money. So we were awarded $504,000, $882,000, and that's through CDOT, their MMOF. And that total project cost for the improvements, you know, is 1.57 million at this point. Currently, and Chris McGinnis, the town engineer, can feel free to add on if he needs, but right now he's just moving through finalizing things with our on-call engineers and CDOT, getting things finalized so we can get this thing out to bid here very soon.
Yeah, just got the right of way clearance from CDOT, just I have clearances hopefully in the next week or so. Okay.
So our lead and copper rule compliance. So the EPA came out with new regulations that municipalities, cities, what have you, had to identify old plumbing fixtures, specifically lead, lead soldering, that type of stuff. You know, and part of those, the only way to identify some of that was to dig it up. Thankfully, the water folks that we have, being the water folks that we have really good records. So that's a new development that I found out the other day. But they are looking into this because, again, EPA and then CDPHE followed suit with what the EPA said. So it again, just trickle down effect. It's not yet applied for. It's through the CDPHE. Talking with Jeff, probable cost would be $100,000. Potential funding would be $90,000. And the water department, you know, all of them are very vigilant about what's coming down the pipeline. So they're, as it relates to this kind of stuff, they are the front line on getting this taken care of. Everybody's favorite, PFAS mitigation. So PFAS unfortunately was detected in well 7, and it's been offline since that detection. So due to the CDPHE requirements, Jeff and the water personnel have been extremely proactive in their approach and wanting to get ahead of everything. Just always working extremely well with the state and the EPA for getting this under control. So the current status, not yet applied. Again, the project was, you know, yes, this is absolutely viable through the CDPHE. The projected cost is $4 million. The potential funding is $4 million. That is one of those interesting water loans where you don't have to pay it back, if I understand that correctly. It's amazing. But what our hold is currently is the pilot skids that have been installed. We're still awaiting breakthrough on that, because then once those skids get sent away, they get analyzed, and that in turn will give us exactly what engineered solution needs to be had installed at that site. Yeah, so that's, and I will try not to speak for Jeff, and water is alien to me. I've been drinking it, but it's good. That is a very good thing that breakthrough has taken this long. So bridge improvements. Yearly inspections are done by CDOT. And our bridges are considered off system. So it's a great relationship that we have with CDOT that they come through, and I believe every municipality up here opts into that program, and it's a great thing to be a part of. So thankfully, I'll point at our engineer again, we have him on staff now, looking at these things more in depth, because to someone who is not an engineer, it's, oh my gosh, and it's like, to an engineer, we're good. It's fine. Well, with these bridge grants, it's very interesting because those mostly go to very disadvantaged communities where their bridges are in pretty bad shape. I mean, almost irreparable. So we will not be pursuing this, because also if you're awarded that, you get put to like the bottom of the list again. So it's something where staff deemed it not viable to do, because frankly, our bridges are in very great shape.
So this is an instance where we had budgeted for this grant money and we will come up with an alternative, possibly phased approach.
And Chris, working together with land and the street supervisor, are coming up with a plan to do this incrementally for us. Our housing services, housing services need study, excuse me. So in 2023, Summit County conducted an assessment of the county. Obviously, that's a very broad brush thing, but a great start. Town of Frisco decided to pick up the ball and run with it, just as it was tailored to Frisco and what we need to do. So there was an RFP issued in November of 23, and again, just building off of that. And its main goal was to assist in effective policy and programs to support housing, economy, and community. So this is another one that is not applied for. And it was not applied for due to the opportunities being non-existent at the end of 2023. The Housing Now and EIF don't support the assessments, so that would qualify. And they don't support the future improvements based off of those assessments either. So this was not pursued.
Additionally, this one was not budgeted for.
Budgeted that we would be spending the whole $100,000.
Yes, yes, the grant itself was not budgeted for. There was no offset. And then also noting that this was included in the strategic plan for.
Our Frisco backyard planning. The great thing with having all of this in our backyard, dare I say, is that the town has a great relationship with the Forest Service. And Pete and his crew are only doing great things to bolster that, especially now that we have the monument, dare I say again, in our backyard. So this goes to recreational planning and implementation of that planning. So this was actually awarded through the US Forest Service, and it's a cost sharing with the Forest Service. And the amount at this point in time is unknown. And there is a strong future through Summit County government that has not been applied for to the tune of $150,000. But the money spent once we receive funding and apply for it will go towards completing the NEPA study that we have information on. Mr. Mayor, this one's for you. I mean, that's a great slide. Groundbreaking. That made it a good shot. So. In years ago, the town identified conflicts with wildlife at our previous dumpster.
Respect, it sounds like it was years and years ago.
Yes.
Yep.
So there was just human animal conflicts in there. There was a grant for through the CPW, and it's the human bear conflict reduction grant, and that was applied for. So that was awarded through the CPW. A proposed project fund of 200,000, and we were awarded 50,000. And I am happy to say this last bullet that it is under construction. Final bullet that said waiting for schedule from Kramer. I just want to comment that they started layout on Saturday. They are banging it up. I'm gonna skip to the next slide. Walter Byron Park. It started off with the neighborhood park master plan and identifying our parks and the improvements that were needed in each one of those parks. Walter Byron being one of our cornerstone parks. We've already done the first phase of that, which would be our playground improvement, bathroom improvement. Now we have another phase to be done coming up this summer. And the biggest piece of this is our viewing deck. And the viewing deck, that was a grant that Hillary applied for through the Colorado Water Conservation Board, and that was awarded. And our projected project cost is $200,000, and our funding awarded was $41,721 in total. And it is worth noting that this picture is just a conceptual design, but working with engineering, so engineering and capital projects, myself, are looking at a redesign. We feel it's best because with this design, it's two-tiered. We want to make it single tier with an ADA ramp inclusive to everybody. You know, it is one equitable viewing deck, you know, and it will help us. It's a more cost-effective design as well. A small one, but a very important one, because I don't think anybody sitting here at this table has not had their vehicle sprayed by either grass that's getting cut or by the irrigation that was on in the medians, but there is a turf removal program. Again, there's a desire to reduce our water usage in the areas, and, you know, obviously these are low-hanging fruit areas for turf removal. The medians were great candidates. And this was also awarded through the Colorado Water Conservation Board, and that was 25,000, and that is ongoing into 2024. 3 medians were completed, but more are going to get done this coming summer. So our last one is our electric vehicle.
There's still housing, Duncan.
Oh, gosh, sorry. Our electric vehicle equitable car share pilot program. So included in the climate equity plan is a transpo strategy as well. This brings great benefits to EVs in underserved communities through car sharing. I think we've seen these in other communities that we went to. And it aligns with the town's goals, you know, which I've said a number of times already, you know, just with our environmental goals, especially lowering emissions and having an equitable piece of access to EV vehicles and, you know, greener vehicles in the community. So that was awarded through Excel Energy. The projected project cost was $44,336. The 2023 funding that was awarded was $17,700. And for this year, 2024, we were awarded $8,800 plus 2 electric vehicles.
I'm told.
There you go. Nice. Again, donating to electric vehicles.
No,
They're going to
Oh,
be owned by Colorado Car Share.
There we go. And again, staff will continue to coordinate with Excel, ChargePoint, and Colorado Car Share to really dial in that program detail.
Oh, that's.
Streets, so this has been ongoing for several years now, and it's great where project is at in its planning phase. So in 2023, the planning department was committed to an upgraded redesign of Granite. And currently there is a 30% design which was received embedded, which all of you saw. Now in 2024, there will be an RFP issued to take that to 100%. And Katie Kent and Chris McGinnis are working together on that. Not yet, no grants have been applied for on this, but there are grants available for design. And
Sure. Did we determine that there were grants available for design?
We're meeting with Bill Lex tomorrow.
I think we're still in that investigative process.
exploring the feasibility of design, but you know, obviously a big one would be grants for construction implementation.
And there were no grant funds budgeted for it. Just design costs. And housing, these also were not budgeted for, but they don't necessarily reduce our expenses in the budget. Other than potentially affecting, you know, any supplemental funding that we might provide. But we have been invited to apply after a letter of intent to the Strong Communities Grant. That application is due on February 2nd. So even though we have not yet submitted the grant application, we have actually gone through several hurdles and calls and webinars with DOLA regarding this particular grant opportunity. And that was applied for on the 2 sites, both 101 West Main as well as the Galena Street project. And that would pay for infrastructure. So things like utilities and potentially any renewable opportunities over there. Additionally, we included in the application some funding related to Pioneer Park as it would serve the residents of the Galena Street Hold. And then the other grant, we have submitted an application for land banking grant related to 101 West Main, which would allow for the town to own that parcel of land. And we applied for 5 million. When we looked over the other applications, that 5 million might be the ask, but it would certainly help for the project to pencil. So we're waiting to hear on that. We are hoping to hear on that one by the end of this month. More to come on that.
So one of the discussion points I did want to bring up is the ESCO project, which the kickoff meeting was last week with McKinstry, who was selected to be the ESCO contractor. And what's going to be fantastic about this project and, you know, this contractor is that they're going to go through and do these audits on town facilities. When they do those assessments and audits, they have a team back at their home office that is just dedicated to looking for grants. So it is going to be incredible because they are going to assist town staff in, hey, you guys need to get this application in, you know, we can help and get it buttoned up and dialed in for you. So there is a lot of potential funding around those things that have not even been identified yet that we can't even put into our capital plan yet because we just don't know. So that I know I'm very excited on that, you know, Hillary's excited, Adam's excited, Leslie's excited, you know, everybody involved. That's just gonna be a cool project to be associated with. You know, and it is worth noting, and Leslie and I heard it from the state, that the way that the town of Frisco staff is operating, being thorough, you know, kind of echoing Ted's sentiments that he said earlier, is the town is being very strategic in what we're going for. You know, we're just not, you know, throwing BBs at the wall and just hoping that Gather gets us, you know, the money. It's, we're actually identifying what's needed and getting a lot of that. It's kind of the age-old saying, the proof's in the pudding, so to speak. And the state even complimented us when we presented over in Avon for the overhead light retrofit. Hey, way to be strategic. You know, a lot of other people just try to throw applications out there, and that's not the way you do it. So we're finding our stride, and you know, we're excited to see a lot of these come to fruition, you know, especially this summer. So I think that's just something that we can all be proud of as a that, you know, a team. So.
I also want to add one thing, you know, later tonight, we are going to discuss the financial policies. And we did make a change in that specific to grants, and we have a grant policy included in there. And that grant policy does allow us to be compliant with federal grant standards. A lot of these, while we're receiving awards from DOLA, with the Department of Housing, or some Colorado state agencies, if they have flow through of federal funds, we are required to comply with those federal requirements, including the grant policy. And cash handling is part of that as well.
Well, and you can even take it a step further. You know, if we look at complete streets, the benefit of, you know, Chris being on staff now, and he implemented federal and CDOT project standards. I have done the same. So, you know, working together on that, it's like we want to get a plan ready, you know, grant ready. So the FHWA and CDOT can look at the plans that we get to 100%, and they're like, oh, you guys, you're good. Like, you don't have to go back. You're ready to pick up the ball, and now you have to do these sets of things. So it's where, you know, on that side, and construction side of things, like we're definitely looking macro instead of just micro.
That the last slide.
Well,
It is.
He's not even having real, he's got notes.
Jesse Joe's like.
Yeah. Reading from notes.
A lot of what you guys have talked about are the grants, but on the particularly renewable energy and clean vehicle side, there's also tax credits, and we're not, so have you guys been looking? I mean, I know a new tool just came out, the electric pay portal through the IRS. Wondering if you flagged our projects for those green investments as well.
So we started talking about that specific to the public works solar panels, and Hillary had a flag for assistance, basically, where they will just try to do that, because we don't otherwise file a tax return. So tax credits that would be something we've never actually done before. So yes, that is radar.
It's just great, and one with like 30% on top of what we've already have, so.
This is phenomenal, like, we are so many fathoms further than we were before. When I first came on, there was a lot of low hanging fruit with grants and whatnot, and it just wasn't as clear and concise, and with Michael Baker and everything else, it's like, you guys have nailed it, like, you know, found your stride, which is awesome. And just filling out staff and you know, it's a phenomenal job. This is great. Thank you. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thanks for the work. Thank you. My first joint council at budget was $7 million. Right? Yeah. Yes. Next up for work session is a small presentation video. We have.
Tired, I'm excited about it. Yeah.
That fumbles their mind and then I study your.
So I'm fine with that one. I forgot to say, in a way. Oh, you did? Yeah. You already seen it? No, I just thought there was a picture of the corner. I don't.
But it's-
I don't have it either. Really? Did you have a? I'm looking at. Thumbs it up.
Well, we want to provide different background.
Then you're in the read.
Told you ahead of time that volunteering. Once you're ready. I'm not ready. I signed up to be.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Jessica, well, you, when you're ready.
So we started doing a grant presentation in 2022 through our partnership with SBTV to highlight the grant cycle and nonprofits who provide vital needs for Frisco and Summit County. A huge thank you to Brad Williamson who helped produce this. Without him, this wouldn't have been possible.
Oh, no.
He's a great coach. So I'm just gonna go through some of the highlights of the grants that we gave out this year. This year, Frisco received 71 applications for both the micro and in-kind program and the new community impact grant program, requesting over $790,000. The town was able to grant $186,000 in cash contributions and $28,622 in in-kind donations to 57 nonprofits. The town also supports community needs through the nicotine tax fund, which voters passed in 2019. Over $430,000 will be going to childcare tuition assistance, mental health support, medical and dental care, and social support services. The general fund also provides $160,000 in support for sustainability efforts. I want to thank Councilmember Helenko, Mayor Mortensen, and Councilmember Scripps Adrian for volunteering to be part of this video. They did a great job.
Volunteering.
We really appreciate it. And we had the opportunity to talk with 4 different nonprofits. It was really great to just hear the work that they're doing and the passion that they have behind the vital needs that they're providing to the community. And also want to thank all the other nonprofits that are highlighted in this video and for applying for these grant opportunities. And without further ado.
Next time.
In the video than it was just on camera.
If all of our lives could be edited.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Just saying, my second video of the night.
There's a offhand chance that the audio is not streaming well for those online, so we will post it on the website and put it in the catch up with council email. If in case folks online couldn't hear, so.
And we'll be posting the video on YouTube.
Thank you so much.
They call us.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Let's get your contract ready. No. Next up on the Simmons work agenda, welcome Senator Dylan Roberts to join us and. Yeah, anywhere is comfortable for you and yeah, thanks for taking your last night before the. But
Yes, I let Teddy at home too. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
yeah, so welcome, and I think I know you're off to Denver tomorrow and.
Yeah.
The less hour put in the coming session than the last one.
Yeah, we'll see.
Record breaking, I think, but we appreciate all you do. Looking forward to hearing what you've got on deck for.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you for the invitation and the interest and once again, looking forward to working with all of you as the legislative session progresses here and want to stay in touch as we did last year on bills that you're following and ideas that you have. I think primarily you were the council was interested in housing legislation, so I thought I'd start there with some updates and then I'm happy to talk about other things, some other legislation that might be of interest to you and in the community. But definitely going to be another big session on the affordable housing front and on conversations about land use and what the state's role is versus local control and things like that. So, but wanted to just briefly talk about some of the successes that we've seen over the last, year. I think Speaker McCluskey and I were here right as the session ended last year. And we, over the course of the summer, of course, saw some more affordable housing grants be awarded, including here in Summit County, the Dillon Ranger Forest Service project comes to mind, and hopeful for some more grants, specifically here in the town of Frisco in the next few months. But starting to see some of those grants get awarded and then groundbreakings happen, where we're seeing, and you've had a couple here in Frisco, the progress on the housing front, where we know housing doesn't get built overnight, but we're going to start seeing those units come online very soon, and so that's exciting. We also have been grappling with property taxes. That, of course, is a major issue on the top of mind of all of our shared constituents and homeowners in the area. And it is part of affordability. I think, whether you're a homeowner or whether you rent, property taxes and the increase in property taxes are a concern. And so we did have a special session in November that passed some bills that will give some decrease in the increase that folks are going to see in their property taxes for this current tax year. We also created a property tax commission, bipartisan commission made up of elected officials and non-elected officials from across the state. They started meeting in December and they're going to meet until March and hopefully come up with a recommendation for the legislature to take on in the second half of the session that would provide a long-term replacement to the Gallagher formula and hopefully a solution to property taxes moving forward. So that is definitely something to keep on your radar. And for the second half of the legislative session, I think their last meeting is the second week of March, and so they should have a proposal ready at that time.
Is there a representative on that?
Yeah, so Commissioner Pogue is a member of the committee.
That one she was on.
Yeah, so yeah, that's Commissioner Pogue is representing I think the categories mountain resort counties on that commission. And yeah, so that's property tax. So moving into some housing legislation that I think is reasonable for you all to expect. So we have the really big land use bill last year, Senate Bill 213, that we talked about a lot. That did not pass. What is being proposed to happen now is ideas from that bill being taken out and run as individual pieces of legislation. I've been involved in some of the conversations along with Commissioner Pogue and folks at CML and CCI about the first part of that bill, which I think was the least controversial part, but this is having every municipality do a housing needs assessment, submit it to DOLA, and then DOLA will help communities with strategic growth goals and also regional planning. They'll help with technical assistance, but also funding to make that happen. Of course, if you already have a housing needs assessment, you won't need to go back to square one. You'll just be able to submit what you have or make some minor edits. But that is one of the bills that will come forward. It's being sort of referred to as the strategic growth bill, but it's an effort to, I know Frisco and a lot of communities in the mountains have been very proactive on housing and have housing needs assessments and have a lot of programs, but a lot of towns in Colorado don't. And so this is an effort to try to get everybody on the same page and then do as much regional planning as we can, because we know all of this doesn't occur in a silo. The whole Summit County area is connected, the whole Eagle River Valley is connected. How do we all work together, municipality to municipality, to meet strategic growth goals? So that's one bill that I'm involved with. Some of the other ideas from 213 that I'm not as directly involved with, but I've heard will probably be introduced as legislation. It is a separate bill about accessory dwelling units. Last year's bill basically said if you own property, you can build an accessory dwelling unit by right. And I, of course, heard concerns from you all and other towns about, if you just let everybody build ADUs in the mountains, you're not really doing anything to fix our workforce housing issues. You're just building more short-term rentals, and so there was no affordability tethered to that provision. My understanding of this bill is that it would still provide the right to build an ADU, but it would also allow municipalities to put in place affordability metrics on that construction. So if you already had an ADU program, that would be able to stay in place. Or if you wanted to impose some requirements around building an ADU, like, okay, you can build an ADU if you're going to rent to a local employee, or if it's or if you're going to tie it to some affordability measure. So that's one of the bills. And then the other large concept, and this is mostly going to apply to the Front Range, I believe, but it's around incentives and requirements for transit-oriented development. So trying to build more density around public transportation, and I think mostly in the metro area do more infill rather than sprawl, and try to utilize public transportation infrastructure more. So those are probably the big land use conversations. I'm not aware, although this could change, I'm not aware of a bill that was sort of, I think, the biggest controversy last year in that bill was development by right. So basically taking away local control of zoning. I think there might be some bills that are more incentive based to try to get people to change from a single family to a duplex or a quadplex, but no mandates as far as I know at this time. Mandates to change your zoning code. One bill I'm really excited about, this is the first bill that I'm going to be introducing tomorrow, and I've been working with Summit County and Speaker McCluskey is going to carry it in the House. This would allow counties and municipalities to create property tax rebate programs to incentivize activity that you would like to see in your community. So I think primarily here in our mountain communities, this is going to look like you'd be able to create a property tax rebate for homeowners that decide to do a long-term rental to a local worker rather than do a short-term rental. Some counties have the lease to locals program. My understanding is that funding is about to run out. And so this would be a replacement to that, where you wouldn't have to put upfront funding into it, but you'd be able to rebate somebody's property taxes to incentivize that. It's very open-ended and a very local control bill. You could also create incentives for somebody to lease their commercial property to a child care facility or to a behavioral health provider. So that one has good bipartisan support. Expecting that one to pass, and hopefully one more tool in the toolbox for you to incentivize some
positive activity. Moving on to some other concepts in the housing space that I've heard of that are likely to become bills this year. Construction defect reform. Some of my colleagues are working on that. I think that's important. As we've talked about, construction defect litigation has kind of scared away developers in Colorado that would like to build for sale affordable housing. And we've seen a real decrease in the amount of that type of housing being built and more apartments being built that are great and are needed, but we also need a strong mix of affordable for sale opportunities. So the governor has expressed support for construction defect reform. There's a bipartisan team working on it. It's a very controversial topic at the legislature. So we'll see, hopefully that can get done. Ideas about rent control and what's called just cause for eviction may come back. Governor has said he doesn't support either of those concepts. So even if they didn't get introduced and passed both the House and the Senate, I don't see the governor signing those into law, but just something to be aware of. The rent control conversation is, of course, it would allow municipalities to put in place rent control if they wanted. It wouldn't be a statewide mandate. And then the other kind of two bigger topics, one is, and some of you may be aware of this and involved in conversations, the Colorado Association of Ski Towns is considering a bill around real estate transfer fees. Town of Frisco, of course, put in place a real estate transfer tax before Tabor was put in place in 1992, you all and 11 other towns. But all the other towns that weren't as wise and forward thinking want to try to have that opportunity. There's some legal questions as to whether just calling it a fee actually gets you out of the Tabor implications. But there is a case, a Colorado Supreme Court case from 2018 related to a fee on transportation that the city of Aspen put into place. And because it was directly related to the service they were trying to provide, which is transportation, the Supreme Court said that that was okay. So this bill would say that towns could put in place a real estate transfer fee as long as the funds, the revenue from it goes directly to affordable housing. So since Frisco already has that, I don't think it's a bill that you'll directly be involved with, but I think other communities in Summit County are interested, as well as ski community region. And then finally, we've all been hearing a ton about the short-term rental bill, the reclassification of short-term rentals from residential to commercial property tax rate. I would love to hear if anybody on council has thoughts about that. I talked to the sponsors of that bill yesterday. They are working on some pretty significant amendments. So expect that one to change a lot before, if and when it does pass, although that is certainly uncertain, I think. Yeah, that's my list on housing. Maybe we'll stop there for questions and then happy to talk about any other topic too.
So don't memorize the SDR.
No, not quite yet. Expect some big changes. I can allude to I think he's considering bringing it down from commercial to a lower rate that's still higher than residential, but much lower than commercial. This kind of a big change.
It'd be interesting on how that applies to different zones, residential or mixed use or whatever. Because if you're gonna then put a commercial to this residential area, some implications there.
Yeah, I've heard that concern from a variety of folks, especially on the insurance side, or especially like condo buildings. If you all of a sudden have some commercial properties that are classified as commercial within a condo building, you're going to change that to a mixed use development, and your insurance prices are probably going to skyrocket even more than they already have, which is a huge issue right now. As you all know.
What's your feel? How do ski towns feel about it?
So I would say there are some who work in local government, and this is where I'd be really curious to have your thoughts, who support the bill because they believe that their primary reason for supporting the bill is short-term rentals take or require much more public services than a primary residential residence. When it comes to when you have so many more people visiting that home, increased needs for law enforcement, for sanitation, for trash, public infrastructure. And in order to compensate for that increased expenditures by local governments, that they should pay a higher property tax rate. From the general constituency of at least the folks who have emailed and called and written to me, there's pretty strong opposition, especially as you can imagine in the tourism industry and property managers and realtors. And so there, you know, and I think it's always hard for folks like Julie and myself to try when we get hundreds of emails about a bill. It's like, is this a well coordinated message or is this really organic opposition? And I'm opposed to the bill as currently written. I think it can be a lot more nuanced, and so we'll see where it goes. Yeah,
There's 1 of 7.
okay.
We have not discussed it.
Yes,
We didn't know.
We have a position.
yeah.
But
You all
very
sort of-
in support of doing this because this separates. It's why people are running rampant with short-term rental and not,
Yeah.
you know, having any repercussions from it. It's killing the lodging industry as a whole.
Yeah.
Yeah, they gotta pay their fair share.
You know,
Why we did the 5%.
I had a conversation with a local realtor who coaching me about this and it's gonna kill the real estate business. And I said to her, I asked her why a commercial business should be allowed to run in a residential area.
Yeah.
I can't open a bookstore in my house,
Right.
right? We can't do that. And she said that she had never thought about it that way, which I thought was just interesting, like you're running a business. Why you expect it to just be allowed to happen without any kind of business taxes or whatever attached to it, that just doesn't make sense to me.
It's a business proposition every
Yeah.
time.
It is.
You know, if you're just supplementing your income, it's still a business proposition.
If you made, you made jewelry out of your house to supplement your income and you sell it, you have to pay taxes on it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've brought that up as, you know, I've had some contentious meetings about this, and that is one of the arguments from the bill sponsors is that this is just a pure fairness argument, right? If you're running a business, you should be treated like every other business in the state. And that there's often not really any sort of policy response to that. They've never been treated as businesses before, why now?
Right.
Yeah, when I take it, when I get a roof leak, that's not a tax deductible repair.
Yeah.
Next door neighbor who operates a business, if their short-term rental house gets a roof leak, that's a tax deductible expense. Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
That just doesn't seem right.
Good point.
Yeah, right.
I heard that one, they're like, oh, I live on that.
Have there been any discussions about trade-offs within the standpoint of a lot of local governments have put local regulation on short-term rentals? Is there any talk of limiting that?
Yeah, that's so what I've heard from the sponsors and what I've heard, I think valid concerns from some communities too, and you all have done it in other communities is people have put in, or municipalities and counties have put in place taxes on short-term rentals. Some cities have created zones where they can be and where they can't be, and that local control is working well on this issue. You know, I always use Steamboat as an example of City of Steamboat in 2022, the voters passed a 9% sales tax on short-term rentals. And then in 2023, the voters said, we want to use 75% of that revenue, which is estimated to be $15 million a year. It's not a small number. They want to use 75% of that to fund the Brown Range development in Steamboat, which could potentially be thousands of units of affordable housing. So laying over a statewide increase in taxes could potentially hurt and diminish the source of funding you just created for affordable housing. So how do you make sure you find the right balance there? Property taxes, because of in our constitution, have to be uniformly applied in Colorado. So there can't be a situation where like we could write a bill that says this will be increased in commercial unless your town has certain programs in place. That we can't do that constitutionally. So.
But how does the rebate program you mentioned earlier not apply, or how does that get around that?
Yeah, so that is a question that we've confronted. We're putting some language in the bill that says This is about the collection of taxes will still be collected and then rebated afterwards. So it's not preventing them from being collected in the first place. It's just a rebate afterwards.
You had mentioned on the housing needs assessment that wanting to have every community have some kind of housing needs assessment, and ours has been done at the county level. We just heard from our grants presentation that we are trying to do a Frisco specific kind of carry on. All right, Summit County has one, but for Frisco, what does that look like really for us? And we just heard that we're having trouble finding grant support or financial support towards that project. So, and you mentioned it, that the bill would have potentially funding for housing needs assessments, but I just want to reiterate that we literally just had that conversation, and that's an important piece to getting any community to do plans.
Yes, yeah, I totally agree, and CML has been a very strong advocate on this, that this would be an unfunded mandate. I think the governor has set aside $15 million in his budget request for this, and they think that based on how much it all costs, that would be enough to give every municipality to do this. Yeah.
One of the things that some of that would be tired of hearing this, but I would question how you define success in solving the housing.
Yeah.
Is there one? Is there? Everybody, I mean.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of the reasons why the bill's needed, I think, is we don't have, individual counties have done housing needs assessments, or individual towns have done housing needs assessments. We don't really have a statewide metric that we're working towards, and we don't even really have a definition of what affordable housing is and what can be qualified as that. That definition was in Senate Bill 213. And since it didn't pass, it's not in effect. But I think we'll make an attempt to define affordable housing this year in this bill and create some level of statewide assessment and goal setting.
There's some towns who are not proud. Or they're defining it. I mean, I always use the analogy that is on one end of the spectrum, it's called workforce housing. So if your community has enough workers, then you no longer have a problem.
Right.
The other end of the spectrum is everybody deserves their own bedroom with a washer dryer at 1/3 of their take pay. How do we move towards a goal if we don't know what the goal is?
Yeah, no, it's a totally fair point. And what's hard is like people could make arguments for both of those options you just mentioned and disagree passionately about why they could use one of them. But I think we have to pick a solution or pick a definition and then pick what success means and try to work towards it. But I don't think any town, maybe there is, I can't think of a town, at least in my district, even places like Walden and Meeker and Rangeley, they're struggling to hire teachers because there's no housing available, things like that. So I think it's a crisis in every community. It just the price points look different. Yeah.
I think one of the important things that we're actually doing is we're not only doing housing needs, we're doing a roadmap for everything, what services will be needed for to fulfill to get success. And I think every community is a little different that way, and the success would be defined differently. But if everyone has to do a plan, that would give you the metrics.
Yeah,
I would think, right? That's why we're doing it. Of the metrics. Yeah.
And they'll all look fairly similar, so they can be compared easily. Yeah.
True.
I mentioned this when you and the speaker were here in the spring, but a lot of the housing is focused on either new builds or some kind of incentives or ADUs or zoning. And I'm wondering, there's still a lot of facilities that exist today that are not used for housing, but that could be.
Yeah.
And that's a lot cheaper than finding land and building new. And so I'm wondering if there's anybody looking at that, studying it, maybe that's a component of housing needs assessment, what kind of properties are available? Like, where is the flexibility for existing buildings to be transitioned into housing, so that we don't have to keep building more?
Well, in a lot of the funding we allocated that we got from our federal COVID relief dollars that these grants are, that was an eligible use, was either maintenance of existing affordable housing or conversion of hotels. I think I think you're allowed to call it the hotel in Silverthorne that did 4 more days in, they received some state funding to do that conversion. So that is an eligible use. We should probably help promote it more.
What is, yeah, I mean, what is that funding? What is that program?
It's through DOLA. It's through the transformational affordable housing grants and the revolving loan fund. The revolving loan fund is still active and has funds available in it.
A couple different times opportunities have come up in Frisco and you haven't, particularly around hotels and motels.
Yeah.
I know Glenwood Springs has been looking at it a lot. Like there's just a lot of opportunity, not just for that particular use, but other buildings as well.
Sure.
And that, I think that, so.
Yeah, I mean, if it ever comes up, feel free to get in touch with Peter McCluskey and himself, and we can notify DOLA and see what might be what's available and make sure we get their attention. They're all very competitive grants, of course, but
Yeah.
you have the infrastructure, you should.
What insight do you have around the governor's transit side of this? Cause I've heard some of it, I haven't seen much.
So that's the transit oriented development idea that I've mentioned. I don't have a ton of details. That was in Senate Bill 213, so it's probably fair to assume you could look at that then last year, and that's similar to what they want to do. Although that bill, that part of the bill last year was definitely sort of taking away local control of zoning in those areas, and maybe that might be what they're proposing this year. I'm not sure yet. We're kind of all in this game of chicken before the legislature starts, where some people share their bills more freely than others, and so that is one that I think has been very closely held.
Cause I think that one, even though I think you said rightfully that it's probably more appropriate leaning, I think Mustang, the CDOT transportation programs that are working, and where we sit on I-70, we could probably have a very small section of that would qualify under that. So I think it's just something to pay attention to for that.
Yeah,
Little transfer center area.
yeah, that is something I think, the train over by Whole Foods, and Walmart, that could be considered, depending on how the bill's written, that could be considered a transit oriented development. They might potentially, it could remove your zoning authority over that part piece of land, but I still don't think that's the direction they're going, but is it Summit County land? So
Transit centers, but it falls under our zoning because it's in somewhere that we still have there.
Yeah, and I'm not sure whether there's land to build densely on it, but
Take the CSA out of there, but
Hey, those greenhouses are important. Yeah, I'm kidding.
You see anything that could hijack the session?
A lot of the drama and politics is in the House. So where I am in the Senate, I don't think so. And kudos to the speaker. She's having to deal with a lot. 64 very strong personalities, very vocal on both sides of the aisle. So I think that could hijack the session. Is just a lot of, as you might have seen with our special session, there was the war in the Middle East, in Gaza, like we got brought into the Colorado State House through some very strange amendments and kind of disrupted things. I can imagine that might try to suck up a few of these first days, but hopefully as we all get back into work, that we can focus on the actual policy, but that's what comes to mind. I hope not, but maybe.
Is Colorado donating to war efforts?
No, that's what it was personally, and I think most of my colleagues are very frustrated. We're state legislators. We have absolutely no influence over U.S. foreign policy, and it was the bill that got hijacked was literally about food stamps for needy children, which is a really important policy to pass, and for whatever reason was the vehicle that representative used to make a point. So.
I'm curious, just to go back, a lot of what we talk about, and to Andy's point, at some point we'll come up with what is our resolution on housing?
Yeah.
When we talk about this, like, if we talk about Summit County or Rangeley or Walden or Rifle for that matter, right? They're not the same issue, right? There's a lack of housing in one community and there's a lack of affordability to a greater extent in the resort communities. So through that program, you identify it, but is that going to get addressed in the policy so that there's different levels of funding or different, if you will, piles to pull from for those programs?
You mean for the development of housing itself, or is it more in defining what the goals are?
The development.
The development. You know, the way we've set up past housing grants and loans over the last few years has been based off of some pretty flexible definitions of area median income ranges. So, and then, you know, we were able to dedicate at least 50% of the housing funds to go to rural and rural resort communities rather than all sucked up by larger cities on the Front Range. So there's a little bit of that in there, sort of pointing towards our resort communities need to have a higher AMI level and should get more funding because they're dealing with more acute housing issues. So that is what's been done in the past, and hopefully that we can continue that type of delineation. But yeah, that's a good point. It's something I'll keep in mind. I don't know yet. I'm looking forward.
This phrase is one of those.
Yeah, no, it's a yeah. It makes a lot of sense.
So it sounds like it's a really housing heavy session, probably.
Yeah, it's
but
at least.
We've seen some updates to our state emissions reporting. And that we are bringing emissions down, but maybe not fast enough to meet some of our goals. What are some of the climate bills that you're hearing out there?
Yeah, let's see, there's definitely gonna be some substantive climate policy. One of the big things that I've heard, and I haven't heard of a lot of details, but one of the one bills I have heard some details on is around siting of renewable energy infrastructure and trying to, this does get into the local control issue a little bit, but trying to create more opportunities for siting, you know, of course, wind and solar, but also other types of renewable energy infrastructure, where a lot of companies or organizations have wanted to, or utilities have wanted to put in place this, and they've run into, you know, barriers on the local level. So
1041.
yeah. So I expect that to be a big discussion. You know, there's gonna be a lot of talk about transportation and, you know, how it relates to housing, but also climate. Big past conversations on passenger rail, Front Range and mountain rail. And that will get centered, or that will have some environmental focus to it as well. Yeah, but stay tuned on that. I don't know a ton of other details right now, but I've heard some inklings and things. Yeah.
The transportation ones will be interesting, but not knowing what's coming, but that's, you know.
Yeah.
I have more future fears of what I-70 will be if it doesn't. Floyd Hill project will be amazing, but it's not gonna solve it. See, you know, like I-70 closes on either end. We either have zero business and no food, or everybody's stuck here, we can't put anywhere, and you know, we become an emergency shelter for thousands.
Yeah, I am working,
I'd be curious to keep an eye on.
sure. One of my other bills that I'm working on, not related to housing at all, but related to I-70. I'm working with CDOT on trying to increase safety and cut down on accidents of commercial vehicles on I-70. So Julie and I actually co-sponsored a bill last year that increased penalties for speeding on steep grades. We're going to expand that to speeding along the I-70 corridor during the winter months, particularly in Glenwood Canyon. The bill also will expand the chain law for commercial vehicles to every state highway during inclement weather. And then, yes, so yeah, we include Hoosier Pass. And then this is gonna be the most controversial part, but I think it's really important is making it explicitly clear that commercial vehicles cannot pass in the left lane during inclement weather.
I was gonna say, Washington DOT has that for all their passes and it's phenomenally effective.
If it's enforced.
Traffic laws, no semis in the middle or
Yeah.
left lanes, period. Huge out there, like speaking of the avalanche forecasters, I know who work on Snoqualmie Pass, like things keep moving.
Okay,
So.
yeah, so that's something that.
Do you bring our cable? I don't know, did I bring? We're doing budget appropriate. I opened our cable. Yeah, sorry, but no, I mean, I think those are the little things that can go so far.
Well, I'll stay in touch with you on that though, the Motor Carriers Association, I think they're called, have a strong voice down at the Capitol, but it will be helpful to have your support of. This is really detrimental to our towns when I said to be as close.
Well, statistically, I don't know if it's relevant, but rental cars with bad tires.
Yeah.
You know, and I mandating the rental company put the bag chains, I don't know what they're called, but they're super simple. You know, you use them, you pay for them, you don't use them, you don't pay for them. Right to that. No parts for it. Well, that's.
I mean, half of the
That was the
rental
ideal
fleet
with
is
the real
from
thing.
Florida, like the model for the rental cars. That's impossible to enforce the way that the business model is. I mean, half of the rental pools are from Florida.
They disclose openly that not a lot of the SUVs that they rent. are not four-wheel drive.
Yeah.
Most people.
Why not?
I know, yeah.
Burn the fuel on a useless vehicle with no four-wheel drive.
Then they're gonna clog up the highway getting in a wreck.
Yeah.
Reiterate and reinforce, and thank you for having that already in your bill about no semis traveling out of the right lane in inclement weather. I would just, we ask that be, you know, call Georgetown to Eagle Vale. No semis out of that lane, period, because on great days, we've all lived it. It's a one-lane road, and then it all of a sudden turns, which is bad enough, and then it turns into a one-lane road going 30.
Yeah.
Just,
I think,
as a plug.
yeah, no, I think we're actually gonna have it as Morrison to Glenwood Springs.
Totally.
Yeah, so the whole. That's where the traction law is from Morrison to Glenwood. Yeah.
We've had that in place in Glenwood for at least the last year, like,
The left lane.
yeah.
Yeah, if you've driven through the canyon recently, so they put some paint on in the left lane, and the semi with the
Yeah.
X through it.
And it's regardless of weather, it's all the time. After they had like three of those semis. Well, there's signs, there's also like it's pretty well signed now along the median, along the barrier as well. So there's a sign on the lane and then signs like posted and all the reader boards are like commercial vehicles, right, like.
And yet we still have. Avoidable.
In Glenwood
Yeah.
for that, I don't even.
Yeah, you're never gonna be able to obviously prevent them all, but last winter was so bad that we had to do something different.
This is something important.
But the good news is you're right down the street.
Yes, yeah, seriously, yeah, we're all sitting around town,
Enjoy the commute.
yes, but, well, thank you, thanks for the invite, thanks for your partnership on all things, and, yeah, never hesitate to reach out, either individually or through CML or whatever organization is best, and, yeah, we'll stay in touch, as you know, things change and move very quickly or not, so let's all just stay in touch and let me know how I can be helpful.
Question, have you seen our legislative policy statement? Have you shared it?
I don't think so.
We have a new tool. Yeah.
Did you? Okay.
I'll resend it.
Resend it.
Brand new tool for us, but this is the whole purpose and we want to share it with you so that you know where we are on.
Yes, so.
It's just nimble.
That's.
When you need support.
Like before you go.
Yeah, easy.
Yeah.
Read it, read it. You can put them right.
And Julie McCluskey sends her regards. Obviously, she is busy preparing for all the opening day activities, but you know, she has just as much go policy, so we work very closely together on things, so. Yeah,
Good luck.
Yeah, thank you, appreciate it.
Glad you're on the same side of things down there, but
Yes, well,
stand your ground anyway.
nimble job, yeah. All right, thank you guys, have a good night.
Thanks, great until 7.
Thanks.
Okay.
Okay.
I might be.
No.
I
think I am.
None of it, none of it, from either end of the horseshoe to the middle.
Thank you.
Yep.
Oh, my goodness.
57.
Thanks, Hunter, for thinking the best of us.
What's the total price?
Older guys.
Oh, how old are you?
Wait, how old are you?
I could have heard you more. Less loud.
Oh, this is what happens when we have technology issues.
I'm 61, but I read it as 65.
Hey, Lindsay. Could
Oh.
let me know if you can hear me. How many months is that? At that point in your life, does that mean
Do you have
you're
audio?
getting worse than a 61? Yeah, good, or better?
That's what I'm presuming.
Turn on the bunks. Go public, quick.
I don't feel like my reading is getting better.
I can't see. I lost my glasses. I just don't care anymore. Except for when I'm driving, it's kind of a big deal.
I guess I'll show my age. I got 2 pair if you need.
I might need them. Good thing I only currently drive roads, the same roads over and over again. So I just know where they are.
And the children playing in the street.
No, I'm just making a joke. Like someday I'll go somewhere.
Okay, so at least our audio is working.
There like
Oh,
4
like
times,
dance
4 to
and
6,
shit,
yeah. I got
Like she's dreaming big, like.
Joe had played.
Oh, I went to Brock recently. I had to take my dog to the vet. No, because I'm on the fringe of town at Brock Animal Hospital. I go to Amazing Grace a lot. I deliver coffee there. I deliver coffee in Brett Clint's. I did a illegal park job and got yelled at by somebody and I didn't care.
Any kind?
That's, no, it was like some dude on the street. I don't know.
Western PC is.
That's where I'm at. My stress level, I'm like, I know, it's kind of freedom.
How did this conversation even come up? Rick started it.
Now what are you talking about?
Getting older and not caring.
And it's not that bad.
That controls the
fair.
directionality of, yeah, zoom in, zoom out.
It's not true. I care. I care. Situational.
Confirm with you, she can hear us, so at least we'll be on.
You gotta pick your battles.
Oh, man.
I had this conversation with Grace because she said something to me like, I can't wait till I'm older because then I don't have to deal with this. And I go, oh, Missy.
You're gonna give us fair warning before you make these microphones live, right?
I did. Okay.
Okay.
I was hoping. it was you.
Microphones are live. We are recording
Grace described you to me.
a little
I
bit
wasn't home
after
and I
7.
did.
Apologize for the technology issues. We do not have video this evening. But we are all here and present and roll call will prove that. But I'd like to call to order the regular meeting of the Frisco Town Council. Can I have the roll call, please?
Here.
Early.
Here, Mortensen,
Here.
Incan,
Here.
Scripture, Adrian,
Here.
Palenko,
Here.
and Help.
Here.
First up this evening is approval of the entire agenda. Anyone wishing to make any adjustments?
I do have an adjustment, Mr. Mayor, if possible.
Yes.
I would like to pull from the consent agenda, resolution 24-01. Do I have to read it?
No, so.
Okay, resolution 24-02. From the consent agenda, so we could discuss these issues a little bit more. And And then just a kudos on one of the issues on the consent agenda, if I may.
Sure, while you're at it.
Yeah, while I'm at it, really well done. We are actually going into a contract with Dynamic Planning for our housing needs assessment and strategic housing action plan. And this is really, I think, monumental. And you know, it easily could get unnoticed on consent agenda. I just wanted to say that I really support it, and I'm excited that it's here.
Great, thank you. So we will move 24-01 and 24-02 to new businesses discussion items. And that will move on to public comment.
We need to approve.
No, because we used to do it.
We don't need to approve the rest of your consent.
Not yet, because we're going to do a public comment.
Sorry.
So- Is there anyone wish to make public comment this evening? If you're joining us online, unmute yourself, raise your hand, turn your video on, even though we can't turn our video on. So no public comment online, no public comment in chambers. I'll close public comment. Back to mayor and council comments. And thank you, Andy, for pointing that out. Agreed. That is it's a good step. It's a big step. So
Thanks. I have strong opinions on these matters.
any comments? All right, easy enough. Up for staff updates.
Sure, got three things, well, two things really, no, three. Stacy, last day packets are
Yes, Monday, January 22nd at 5 PM. They have to be in my possession.
due. This next Wednesday, January 17th, starting at 4 PM will be the winter employee family event. Of course, you're all invited and have probably gotten the invite. If you are planning on attending, there's an RSVP for that. So we look forward to having you there if you choose to come.
Okay.
And then last, it is the last night that we can cancel reservations for the CAS conference. So Andy Held's already told me that he's not gonna be able to attend. Is there anybody else?
Today's the last day.
Today's the last day.
I gotta confirm, there's competitive dance thing got moved around and I'm buying in my parental power to see if anyway. Can I let you know tonight?
Yes,
Okay,
absolutely.
cause
It's going on the planner.
Or you can text Kyle directly, that would work too,
I don't.
yeah.
Okay,
Excellent.
We can add people to it after tonight, is that right?
If you're not adding rooms, yes.
I might have an extra one.
And I've seen the agenda, the first event is the evening social on the 24th.
Yep.
And I think I sent that out. to
Yep.
you.
Yep.
Last week, so, that's all I've got.
Thank you. Next up is the consent agenda, minus the two removed resolutions.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve the consent agenda as modified.
It's been moved to approve as modified by Mayor Pro Tem Incan. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Burley. Any discussion on the motion? Call the question, please.
Blanco,
Yes.
Held,
Yes.
Aronson,
Yes.
Burley.
Yes.
Mortensen,
Yes.
Incan,
Yes.
Scripczyk, Adrian.
Yes.
Consent agenda passes as modified. So first up, we'll do the discussion of the two resolutions pulled from consent agenda. The first resolution is 24-01, a resolution designating the public places for the posting of notices of meetings of the town council of the town of Frisco, Colorado, in compliance with the Colorado Revised Statute, section 24-6-402. Stacy, do you want to fill us in on the more of the particulars around that? I know the information was in our packets, but just for the record.
So we'll start with resolution 24-01. First off, thanks. Clerks don't often get the opportunity to really chat about what we do. And so it's nerdily exciting for me. So posting places for meeting notices. This is a notice that says we are town council for the town of Frisco. We are meeting at this date, this time, this location. The only difference that this resolution brings, and again, this is an annual housekeeping procedural resolution that you see every calendar year come up in the first regular meeting of each year. And the only difference in this year's version is eliminating the FOIR paper notices on an 8.5 by 11 sheet, size 10 or 12 font that are stuck up in that foyer of town hall. Everything else would be staying the same. Website. We actually also, I don't know if you see it, but every Monday in the Summit Daily, there is a full page ad called In Your Backyard. And it's every town. We post any board, body, commission that we have under our purview, post their agenda items. It's not an official notice, it's extra and it's above and beyond. So we do post that in the newspaper every Monday. So take a look at that if you haven't seen that. But we've also added 4 general informational posters and totally revamped that area to still provide access information for folks of how to find all their regular meeting and public meeting information from that foyer. And I've added who to contact names of people. That was added in 2023, just because, you know, it's great to know and have a schedule of things and what's going on, but it's also great to know who is the clerk to that board. But this resolution, just to be clear, is just talking about town council notices. Each board ratifies their own resolution at the beginning of each calendar year at their first meeting for their own business. But I just wanted to highlight what we're doing out there to still make that a useful, helpful area for folks. It's just we're eliminating each and every meeting, me going down there and tacking something up and then tearing it down once I remember to go tear it down. That's the only difference in this resolution. And so I also just wanted to know that I touch base. So I manage our front desk reception area. And so the person that sits down there 8 hours a day, plus it's either myself or someone else that covers. So it's 9 hours a day covered. Having that person there at the front desk. And I've been asking them each week for the last year, did you get anybody else that's been asking you for meeting notice information, hard copy, or they're going in there and you're seeing them, you know, really look? The answer is no. I just anecdotally, what we're seeing throughout the year is that this is not how people are consuming every 2 weeks to get their town council meeting notices. And so just know that is something that, you know, we've been considering and talking about. This was not done without thought. And if you have questions, we also, kudos to our communications team. They are really meeting people where they're at with regard to our social media outreach as well. Every one of your agendas and events, in addition to, you know, our meeting notices are put online as well. You know, that's not official, but it's above and beyond to reach people where they're at. You know, town clerk and staff are always available to assist folks. So if they would come in and they did, you know, request a copy of a meeting notice or anything, you know, we've got that in-person presence there ready to talk to people if they do, you know, need something. But it's, the demand isn't really there from what we've seen across 2023, but.
Stacy, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Can I give just a little bit of background?
Please.
Stacey's quite right. It's housekeeping, but it's housekeeping that arises under state statutory requirement of the Open Meetings Act. It's the provision of state law that says at the first regular meeting of each local body each year, they will designate the posting place for their meetings. In 2019, the legislature adopted the following as new law. And if you'll bear with me, it's fairly brief. The General Assembly hereby finds and declares that A, it is the intent of the General Assembly that local governments transition from posting physical notices of public meetings in physical locations to posting notices on website, social media account, or other official online presence of the local government to the greatest extent practicable. B, it is the intent of the General Assembly to relieve the local government of the requirement to physically post meeting notices with certain exceptions if the local government complies with the requirements of online posted notices and meetings. C, a number of factors may affect the ability of some governments to easily establish a website, post meeting notices online, and otherwise benefit from having an online presence, including the the availability of broadband or reliable broadband, the lack of cellular, telephone, or data services, and fiscal or staffing constraints of local government. Two more provisions. D, local governments are encouraged to avail themselves of existing free resources for creating a website and receiving content management assistance from the Colorado Statewide Internet Portal Authority and statewide associations representing local government entities. And E, here's the kicker. It is the intent of the General Assembly to closely monitor the transition to providing notices of public meetings online over the next 2 years. And if significant progress is not made, to bring legislation mandating in statute that all notices be posted online, except in very narrow circumstances that are beyond the control of the local government. And then they go on to say that on and after July 1, what used to be the physical posting requirement is now met by simply an online internet posting requirement. The statute also goes on to say that you do need to provide for a physical location in the event you have an internet outage or other practical difficulty that prevents you from posting online. It is still a policy decision on your part, but I did want everyone to be aware of sort of the legal background on this. The legislature is basically saying, come on, guys, get in the 21st century.
I guess my concern was whether or not, like, are we still gonna utilize the newspaper? Cause I think that is useful.
So this, just to clarify, so this one, we're gonna get to in 24-02, that resolution, we are going to talk a little bit more about official publications. This one, they're very closely related, so, and I get them confused quite often myself. Just for this one, the purposes of 24-01, we're just talking about a piece of paper that goes and gets tacked up in that entryway that is open 24/7 to the public, technically, that, breezeway there. That I go tack up that says you are town council for the town of Frisco, you're meeting at this date, this time, this location. That's it.
There's never been a legal requirement for publishing in a newspaper the agendas of meetings.
I get it. I just, yeah, no,
Do it anyway, but there's never been that, and that doesn't change. This doesn't change that. This only has to do with whether you have to go post it on.
no, that's cool. And then getting to 02, like, whatever. I kind of wanted to make sure that, like, people aren't losing access or resources aren't changing. I just wanted to keep the information flowing for people that.
OT was a little different discussion. I prefer to take that up separately because it's really not related to this posting issue, if we could.
Answer your questions on.
Yeah, that basically did, and my concerns are pretty similar to Elizabeth as far as, I don't think we should ever just be like taking away access to our information. We're supposed to be transparent and providing as much information on what we do as we can, and this just read that way, that we were sort of, we're just gonna not do that anymore.
Without context.
And so, if it's suffice that it's being replaced by putting it all on the internet, then maybe so be it. There are a lot of people still who don't actually, a lot of our elderly don't access everything on the internet, but I don't know how many people are walking in our breezeway for that piece of paper. I also thought it covered post offices too, which
Right.
apparently it doesn't. So that's good because I think the post office is important for those postings. Yeah.
And I will say this, so the backyard page that we partake in is something I inherited when I came on. So you guys were doing this before I came on at the tail end of 2022. And there is no plan from the Daily or from the town of Frisco to stop doing this and putting your agendas. Every Monday, they appear with all the other towns in the school district in that full page ad. I have already paid for all of 2024 to still participate in this. And although it's not an officially designated place for meeting notices, we treat it as such as policy and practice. Just, it's important.
Yeah.
So just know that it is a thing.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve resolution 24-01.
Moved to approve 24-01 by Councilmember Burley. Is there a second? By Councilmember, who seconded that? Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? Call the question, please.
How?
I'm just gonna say no, off the principle for this, thank you.
Aronson,
Yes.
Burley,
Yes.
Mortensen,
Yes.
Incan,
Yes.
Scripture, Adrian. No.
So motion for resolution 24-01.
So-
Sorry, Lisa, sorry.
Yes.
You second it.
I apologize. Lenko, I apologize.
Thank you.
That's my fault.
Clerk, that one does pass. Motion for the resolution is adopted. And now is resolution 24-02, a resolution affirming the town clerk's designation of official publications.
Please do.
Again, you have a policy decision in front of you as to how you want to publish primarily ordinances, but I wanted to give you a little bit of history. Day was about 20 years ago, the town ran a charter amendment election. It was a number of housekeeping kind of changes, technical, procedural kind of changes. One of those changes was to revise the provisions of the charter that concern the process for adoption of ordinances. What it used to say was that after first and second reading, the ordinance was to be published in a newspaper of general circulation in the town. The charter was amended instead to say that after first and second reading, the ordinances shall be published in an official publication. In that same charter amendment, the term official publication was defined to be that manner of publication, and it could include print media, could include electronic media, but that manner of publication that was to be annually designated by the clerk and approved by the council. So for the last 20 years, it is only as a result of the fact that annually the council said we're going to continue to publish our ordinances in the newspaper that makes it so, right? So it's been a policy decision every year, whether you realize it or not. The other thing that you should be aware of is that is the only reference that I'm aware of to official publication in our charter, right? So if you decide, for instance, that your official publication is going to be the internet as proposed by the clerk as opposed to the local newspaper, that it's not going to change anything about legal notices that are required to be in the newspaper. Some of those happen under our own code, right? So the some planning commission notices have to be published in the local paper. A lot of them arise under state statutes. Can't adopt 1041 regulations without notice in the local newspaper. Can't engage in annexation proceedings, can't issue a liquor license. The list goes on, and only my, ever fading memory keeps me from making that list longer. But all through the state statutes, for certain procedures, they require publication in a newspaper. Over the years, and then here's where I'm going to jump off this train and turn over the policy discussion. Over the years, municipalities have tended to move away from newspaper publication of ordinances in favor of the internet. It is, I'll let Stacy tell you about the numbers locally, but that is generally the trend. Some still do, a lot don't. And I will tell you that those that still do, almost always do by title. So the newspaper's not gonna tell you a whole heck of a lot anyway that you're not gonna have to get online to go figure out. But again, I understand the transparency concerns. It is a policy question, but I wanted you to understand this is a policy question with a really long history around here and a charter that will allow you to see what it is the clerk is proposing.
So that was great to talk about the legal background of kind of how this comes to be and why this comes before you each year. And excuse me, I'm so sorry. So what I did was I actually surveyed all of the other town clerks in Summit County to see, okay, let's look laterally. What are our neighbors doing? Will we be the first ones to say, we don't want to publish these, tiny micro print ordinances in the back of the paper in the legal section anymore? Would we be the first ones in our county and in our area to be doing that? The answer is no. We are only one of 2 home rule municipalities in our county that still do this practice. And so I just put it before you today to ask yourselves, is this something we still want to hold on to? And I will let you know that Blue River is a statutory town, right? They don't have a home rule charter, but so they have to put it before the voters. They're, one of their 2 questions on their ballot, one deals with property taxes, the other one's dealing with pulling back on newspaper noticing. So that was really interesting that this is coming about. This is not a new concept. This is something that you all can put the thumbs up or thumbs down to as a town council of a home rule municipality. This doesn't mean we would be taking away any of the other plethora of noticing and communications that we do. This only affects ordinances in the legal notices section of the newspaper. I don't know the last time you've looked at that legal notices section, but I don't know if it's, yeah, maybe you do. Hey,
Wrapping fish?
by all means, good for you. That's, wow, that is fantastic. Yes, yes.
Do you want to continue? Do you have more?
Absolutely, ask
Okay.
anytime. I've got.
So
lots of info.
I just wanted to clarify what Thad said, that this only applies to certain ordinances because a lot of them are required to be in the newspaper. Is that what you
Notice. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
This will only require, this will only apply to ordinances that aren't otherwise required by state statute to be noticed.
Okay.
And there are a variety of topics. Most of our ordinances aren't that way, though. Most of them are just local enactments, aren't being enacted under state statute that requires newspaper publication.
Okay.
I'm just saying that for things that most people would consider really important, and if you want to, like annexations, for instance, there's gonna be newspaper notice.
Okay.
Statute.
No matter what.
Okay.
That will not change.
And you were probably getting to the dollar amount.
I was.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm glad you're interested in this. So I went ahead and looked up just to give you guys a financial picture of what, as a community, what we're spending on legal advertisement and notices. Finance department, please don't kill me. I haven't reconciled my P card. I'm doing it after the meeting tonight for the last month of 2023. They're always due on the 9th. So far, I did get a report today from the finance department, and we're at about $8,500 for 2023. That is what we are spending just to put those micro typed ordinances that the council member Held enjoys reading in the legal notices section. And so, that's again, a policy decision that you all need to make. Could that $10,000 maybe be spent or, used better elsewhere? I just, putting up the information for you to make that decision. What else? Oh, the other thing that I really wanted to touch on here, that I think is important, at least it is for clerks and clerks to boards. So, our home rule charter says that we need to publish in full ordinances, the entire length of it, after first reading adoption. And so we're doing that. But here's the thing, to get it into the paper, into the legal notices section for Fridays, that goes out every Friday. You have to get it in by 5 o'clock on Tuesday, and there is no mercy on that. There's no mercy rule. There's no exceptions. In order to do that, I would have to predict what you all are going to do because you don't meet until 7 o'clock PM on Tuesdays. And so we're just delaying even further when that ordinance could potentially be read a second time and or go into effect. Because most of our ordinances, unless otherwise stipulated, go into effect 5 days after publishing in the official publication. And so I never want to preempt you and submit something that I don't know you are going to adopt as town council just to make it in a more timely fashion into the legal notices section. So if we removed this requirement, it would allow us to more timely proceed with your town council business. But, that's up to you all to weigh that, otherwise it's just delayed by, a week and a half essentially.
So what's the alternative method of, if people say they read that little piece of the paper, where are they gonna go? Like, how would they know?
In this resolution, what I've recommended as our official publication is our government website, friscogov.com. Available 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, all the time, in perpetuity. We have our new Muni Code library that actually even doubles up our publishing. And allows it to be searchable as well, you know, by keywords, dog licensing, excavations.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no,
Is that ready to roll? Like, do we have that going?
It's been up.
Do that now for a while.
Yep, been up since.
Not the Muni Code,
August
but like,
No, we've been publishing our adopted ordinances online
Mhm.
for a while. We're only putting them to paper because we have to.
So I'm sorry, I'm gonna be difficult. I just want to clarify
No, you're
again.
not being
What
difficult.
you're saying is being published currently in the paper is only like the main, it doesn't describe what the ordinance is. It's just the title, basically.
Second reading.
Second reading is title only. I'm sorry, I don't think I got there and I apologize. I think I stopped halfway through. First reading is in full, title and the entire thing, start to finish. And then second reading is title only. It would just be that bolded official title and the number as well. And the date. And what else? I think those were kind of the main highlights. You know, it's something that I think we can just make you know, my recommendation is that we move forward and lean into our digital online presence. But, you know, it's really, really up to you all. You have to affirm my designation. And so, you know, and I certainly understand if, you know, you'd like to go a different direction. I don't know what the procedure would be on that, and maybe amending the resolution and bringing it back, or we'd have to look at that. But yeah, and I'm available if there are any other questions, but the publication deadlines, I will say, are only getting further and further out for the newspaper. I've been doing this a long time just because of my time at the county. It went from Thursdays to Wednesdays in advance of Friday. Now it's Tuesdays at 5 p.m. I wouldn't be surprised if it just continues getting more and more advanced. But yeah, that's all I've got unless you all have any further questions.
No questions, but still, I just feel it's a similar thing of we're just taking away the access to the information. And, you know, we're just leaning on, I agree, we all have to be going towards the websites in the future and all, but this is an action that could put the proverbial nail into the coffin for the Summit Daily News. As they are moving out of their space and whatnot. I just don't, you know, I think this is actually an important way to access and to give people information. And I think it's viewed that we try not to give people information. Like that's a sentiment from my constituency, right? Believe me, I'm on our website all the time, and I'm sending people there all the time as well. But it's still the same thing. I mean, I don't think print media is dead at this point. And I think this is an action towards, you know, making that so at this point.
we actually have people that cut out certain ordinance. I think they do it to bug me, but they cut them out and they put them on the bulletin board where I work. So it's like, and I'm always like checking the bulletin board to see what's old, and I'm like, you jerks. Like somebody does it, but people do.
Andy does it.
It's Andy.
It's
Andy.
Now we know why he's reading them.
Who gives you the scissors? I'm kidding. Yeah, I feel the way you do.
But do you think people really care that we're doing an amendment to our agreement with Excel for easements across town property? That's a 75-page agreement that just changes 2 words. Do they really care when we're always going to vote it through? Those things come up all the time, have almost no relevance on anyone except Excel, who has to move a line 3 feet, and Jeff Goble in Public Works. And it's putting an amazing amount of stress on the clerk and staff for something that no one's going to come in to talk to us about it. The important things, as Thad pointed out, are by statute, we have to do things that will affect people's livelihood, quality of life, ability to do what they need to do. This is just saying there's a bunch of stuff that we do that doesn't need to go into a newspaper because there's adequate and plenty of opportunity for people to get it. And I would bet anybody who really wants and cares that much that it's gone from whatever day it shows up in the paper are the type of people who will walk to the front desk and say, hey, what's going on this week? Right? Like, but I just don't see, and I think your point actually contradicts yourself in the daily's on its way out as soon as real estate ads go away. And then we're going to be back here amending this because the publication of reference is gone. So then where do we go?
That's a different
So,
story. Then, you know, we
so,
have
but I think,
forced-
so
we have
let's,
forced closure
let's-
of that.
if their
We're not
business,
allowed to keep the paper open.
yeah, if
It's
their
not our
business
job
model's
to do
incumbent
that.
on this, then they've got way bigger problems, but the important things will be noticed. The minor things people aren't picking up the daily to see what's going on with the minor parts of town business. Otherwise, we'd have people in the seats and people online. And when we have important things, we have both of those things. People engage. So I'm in full support of the clerk's request and direction.
That's perfectly fine. I'm gonna be against.
Yep.
You ready for well, you know what, I support mostly because of money, timing, and you are hearing our intent to remain transparent. And we are voluntarily doing the Monday thing. We are voluntarily posting it more aggressively than the law requires. And the movement on the Summit Daily is to go online anyway. So a vast majority of those who are leafing through the Summit Daily are doing it by going click, click, click. So it is very accessible. And I respect the intent. So if there's other comments, I'll make a motion. Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve resolution 2402.
And moved to approve. Councilmember Aronson, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Burley. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, call the question, please.
Aronson,
Yes.
Burley,
Yes.
Mortensen,
Yes.
Incan,
Yes.
Scripchick, Adrian, Palenko,
Yes.
Held. Excuse me.
Does pass.
I appreciate it coming out for discussion.
Yep, that was good. It was educational. Next up this evening is additional new business. This is agenda item number 1. This is resolution 24-06, a resolution authorizing the adoption of the town of Frisco financial policies. Public hearing, turn it over to Director Leslie Edwards.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So last year around this time, I came to you to adopt the town's first comprehensive financial policies. They are lengthy, but important. There are several reasons to have financial policies, one of which being it is a best practice in government. It helps to support our very strong bond rating, which was upgraded last year after the adoption of these policies. It, as mentioned earlier tonight, it helps us to be compliant with federal grants. And it helps to support our internal controls, which are important for a clean audit opinion. With any policy from time to time, these need updating. So since we've had this in place for a year, we did receive some feedback from staff that there were certain parts of the policy that didn't quite align with our practice or were just somewhat impractical to have in place. Several of the adjustments in here related to cash handling speak to the fact that providing a cash receipt for each transaction isn't always practical. And so this switches over to the practice of having revenue reports that we can then compare to the cash that was received. Additionally, we've put in place since then practices to move towards more cashless transactions and purchasing technology in order to allow that to be the case. We believe that these changes do balance the need for internal controls, protecting us against theft, loss, and misappropriation with smooth processes for our staff and for our customers. In addition to the cash handling changes, we also have one change related to grants, which is also related to what we discussed earlier. And that is that the policy previously stated that we would only budget for grants once they were awarded. And that also does not align with our practice in the 2024 budget. So staff does recommend the council approve resolution 24-06 to formally adopt these revised comprehensive financial policies.
Questions?
I guess I'm wondering, so will cash not be an option for payment at town things, or like, how does that go?
So we are trying to move towards having more cashless transactions. In the past, that had been a challenge at special events because we didn't necessarily have the technology to do that in a way that was efficient. So we aren't at this time completely removing cash. But if we can support cashless transactions, then we can have a better idea of tracking how many people are paying with cash and what interest there is in that. But I certainly have noticed that at most special events you go to, the people are paying with credit. But we're really just trying to support the idea that even in more remote locations, we can allow people to pay cashless.
Right, I mean, I'm just curious about like, how much money does the town pay in like transaction fees, I guess, for all of that stuff? If you follow that analogy, like you start with the $50 bill and as it travels through society, pretty soon it ends up having no value after all the fees over and over again, like just the whole, I don't know. I'm just curious, like how much money are the transaction fees, I guess? Do we have, I mean, maybe we don't have that many.
As a government, we do have lower transaction fees than other businesses might have. I would also say that there is a cost associated with accepting cash. You know, there is the potential for theft, loss, and misappropriation. There is also the taking those deposits to the bank. That actually does relate to another change in here. Previously said that all transfers of cash would be provided with security. And we did update that to $1,000. You know, there are limited instances these days where we are collecting large amounts of cash. So I would say overall, we are mostly doing credit, except at the events that we previously didn't have the technology to accept cashless.
I'm just, yeah, because like in my world, I want cash. It saves me money when people pay with cash. So this is just different mindset for me, because when people pay cash, I'm pumped because I don't have to pay all those transaction fees and stuff like that. So I just. What's that?
I said, I just was saying that the fees aren't zero.
You guys don't have any transaction fees?
They're not.
They're not.
Oh, but I'm just, because this is like, it's just different than how I think, so.
Right, but it's 4% for your business, right?
Yeah, so I don't want, I always want cash. Just because it doesn't cost me money and
Other questions or discussion? Open up to public comment. Anyone wish to make public comment on this particular agenda item? None online, none in chambers. Close public comment. Back to council discussion.
I mean, I went from trying to save $8,000 to $10,000 in newspaper ads, and then this is like, oh, no problem. And so I just get a little like, well, I can't save money. This can't be the argument for this thing. If it's, I just get kind of like, it doesn't make sense, but whatever. I mean, you make sense. This all makes sense. What you're doing makes sense. I didn't mean it that way.
Leslie, for major transactions like a vendor. Oh, I guess it's the reverse, never mind. Are we utilizing ACH and direct deposit and things like that? I mean, we're really talking about special events. Which is really like this much of the transactions of the town.
Yeah, here at town hall, we really don't deal with much cash at all.
What about like tubing hill?
Or do you receive a lot of credit card payments here at town hall?
We do.
We do, okay.
Yeah, and like tubing reservations and all that, like. I just don't know, is that an option for people to, anyway, I'm gonna drop it, it's all good. I'm just being me.
providing the option with special events would be new in some instances.
No, that's cool. Yeah, it's not saying you can't pay in cash. It's just making it possible to use credit wherever the town event. Wait, say that again? It's not saying you can't pay with cash at special events.
Oh.
It's just saying
Gotcha.
at all town events, you will have the option to pay with credit.
Got it.
I can't
Is that right?
say all because we don't quite know what all of our limitations are regarding internet services.
Okay.
Although at some point, maybe we'll have cyber that issue, but yeah, so we're just trying to move in that direction. Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve agenda item number 1, resolution 24-06.
Been moved to approve by Councilmember Burley. Is there a second?
Can I second it with one slight? The effective date just needs to be updated.
Oh,
Oh, in the actual,
In the new policy, it should be effective when we pass it,
yep.
not last year. So
Oh,
second,
thank you.
second with that modification.
With that, it's been seconded with the correction of the effective date. Any further discussion on the motion? Question?
Adrian,
Yes.
Palenko,
Yeah.
Held,
Yes.
Aronson,
Yes.
Burley,
Yes.
Mortensen,
Yes.
Ingen.
Yes. Resolutions also passes. Next up is agenda item number 2. This is the proposed code amendments discussion, chapter 180-5.5, affordable housing, public comment. Here comes Kit. Good evening.
Stacy's helping me get them out.
Did that pop up?
Thanks, Stacy. All right. So we bounced this around a little bit. I want to explain first why this is on new business for you and not a work session or consent, right, or a first reading of an ordinance. So we had originally planned on bringing it to planning commission a couple of weeks ago, putting the recommendation, and then we anticipated that it would be supported and then come to you with a first reading of an ordinance. So it didn't go as staff thought, and so they, as you saw in your packet, recommended against the proposed changes. But because of that, we felt like we owed respect to the planning commission and the town council to bring it back a step and explain what their concerns were with the staff proposed amendments. And so what I want to do tonight is basically a few things. I'm going to present the proposed changes, but also review how we got to the point we're at, why we're proposing these changes to you. And then really focus on reviewing the concerns from the planning commission so that you are aware of that. And then seek feedback from council regarding steps. So things to keep in your head as far as feedback we're looking for from you at the end of this item. It is if you would like staff to come forward at a future meeting with the ordinance with amendments as proposed, as discussed to you, to planning commission tonight. If you would like us to come back with the proposed ordinance, first reading of an ordinance with amendments proposed by, or the ideas come to you based on planning commission discussion. Or if you want us to wait on coming forward with an ordinance to make these code amendments effective and instead bring it to a work session to discuss further and get into more detail of affordable housing. So kind of those are the 3 things we expect. One of those to hopefully give us some direction after tonight's meeting, and I'll try to keep this moving for you. I know you read the staff report.
Sorry, I have one quick question
Yes.
of clarification. So options 1 and 2, does that go back to the planning commission?
would.
No, at this point,
We
this
have
is
the
in council's hands.
recommendations.
Yep,
Yeah.
okay, thank you.
Yes, good question. I know you had the staff report, you had the changes, it outlined it all, so I'm gonna go pretty quick, but I'm happy to take questions if I skip anything or you want more in-depth information. So just a quick review of kind of why we're doing this and how we got to where we are today. First of all, obviously the town and the town council recognizes there's a strong need for affordable housing. However, we also as a town, as we look at financial modeling for projects, it's hard if they're not going to be a LIHTC project to find a lot of financing for them. So what that means is we have a large gap funding we have to fill. If you have higher AMIs, you have a little bit higher rents, you can then make the project work a little bit more financially. We also know that codified affordable housing incentives will increase our grant funding. So we do have codified affordable housing incentives. By modifying them or adding to them, it puts us in sync with what the state is allowing us to do basically. And that's really what we're requesting is let us do what the state's already letting us do. And then a little bit of background just to give you kind of a refresher, because one thing the planning commission really noted was
They just made amendments, the town just made amendments in the spring of 2023. So in May, you kind of came forward with all these, and now, of course, it's a little frustrating to the planning commission for good reason that we're already looking to propose some amendments. In July 2023, though, is when the town entered into Proposition 123. That commitment that we made through support of town council, we are telling the state that we will provide 16 new affordable housing units over 3 years. Affordable based on their Proposition 123 has their AMI limits based on different funding sources. And that's administered by CHAFA. So moving forward into September, the state through Proposition 123 said rural resort communities, which we are defined as, can petition specific projects for a higher AMI. So they recognize that rural resort communities sometimes need that little more middle income housing. And that we have a right to say for this property, we would like to petition to have you give us funding at this higher AMI for the project. So the proposed amendments are bringing us into sync with what the state is allowing us to do. Oh, that's just staying the same. I did want to note the changes proposed in the code are obviously townwide, but we're focusing on only projects that we would file a petition to the state. Currently, only local governments can file a petition to the state, so a private developer or even the housing authority cannot. And obviously, staff is not going to just go through petitions all over without the finance director and town manager and direction. So I just want to make that clear also for these project-based. So I'm not obviously going to read the code amendments, but the general point is we are proposing to add a clause into the affordable housing incentives that if the community development director can approve an affordable housing project to have an average of 140% AMI, as opposed to what the code currently allows, which is 100% AMI, if they find that the following criteria are met. And I want to note, these are all ands, so it's not just one or the other. We had help with the town attorney with this language also, so I feel pretty good about what staff proposed because it also had some clarifying language produced by our attorney to help us out. The first one is we need to show a studied and found community need for rental and ownership at that AMI. Whether that's the county needs assessment or it's our upcoming plan that we're going to be putting into place. Second would be that the developer of the affordable housing project is applying for funding and that funding is ultimately received. And that funding is through a recognized state agency or federal department. By doing this, we're saying that this is showing that the developer of the project is going through state or federal funding for affordable housing projects. And we would kind of check that box. And then C is that the town would apply for that petition as allowed through Proposition 123. So again, this is very project specific. We are not looking to do it if we're applying for LIHTC funding. LIHTC projects have their own low AMI where they would never go up to 140. So this is not something the town is looking to implement all of.
Excuse me.
And we did put in a few other cleanup items. These are really just items that due to the new code in May, as we're reading it and trying to interpret it today, it's just not flowing very well. So most of these are language to clean up. We also had sale of units through the housing authority, but they removed their real estate branch. So we just thought it wasn't worth saying that anymore. There is number 4 in here. Staff did suggest changing visitor parking spaces for 1 space for every 5 dwelling units is currently in the code. We are suggesting an parking reduction of 1 space for every 7 units. We actually did that because our developer for 101 West Main proposed it for that PUD, which you'll see at your next meeting. And knowing that the town council in town has been talking about a lot about potentially reducing parking spaces, we did think this might, while we're amending this section of code, it might be a good time to throw that question out to Planning Commission and Council. So included in these amendments to note are that main one with the director to support, and then staff reducing visitor spaces from 1. You need 1 visitor space for 5 right now. We're saying 1 visitor space for 7 units. We're not sold on that either way, just kind of wanted to throw it out there for discussion. Okay, so moving on to the Planning Commission, the planning commission on December 7th reviewed the code amendments exactly as you have them before you in your packet. One of the things that they noted was that the current rental rate for a 2-bedroom, 140% AMI, based on that AMI chart that you've all seen, is at $3,493. Planning commission's take, which is a really reasonable one, is that AMI rental rate maybe is not really a reasonable rental rate for affordable housing. So that is one of the concerns that they had about if the town allowed a project to go up to 140% AMI. And then the other concern connected to that is that, or it wasn't a concern, but it was an idea. The planning commission thought maybe the town consider completely separating requirements for rental units and projects versus ownership projects and units. Therefore, if you have a rental project and your parking is being managed by a private company, maybe that could be a potentially parking reductions, but lower AMIs. Maybe the ownership for all affordable housing could be higher if it's ownership. Like, they just thought, do you want to have staff and council and planning commission pursue discussing breaking up all affordable housing? That would be rewriting the whole section of code. So that would be not coming back for an ordinance soon. So, and just as a quick summary on what that would mean, which is okay if that's the direction you want. Another one is AMI planning commission did not like community development director being in charge of the AMI designation. They thought it should be the planning commission. I do want to know, no disrespect to the planning commission, because we have some really great, including housing specialists on that. I think it would be hard for a developer to go forward to a board of 7 asking if their project can go up to 140% AMI. So I think that might be put developers in a very uncertain situation when they're working on financing. The community development director, obviously, and myself in this position would not just go do it. I would be taking direction from what's given to me to do it. Okay, next one is planning commission also did not think that if an AMI unit was at if a unit was at 140% AMI, they didn't think they should get the density bonus at all, and that should be completely struck through our proposed amendments. And then they also brought up the fact that, so right now we provide incentives if you are providing 100% affordable housing project. Those include parking reductions such as on-street parking. They include other incentives also. They don't think those incentives are necessarily appropriate for a slightly higher AMI such as 140. In other words, 140% AMI unit, it probably has most likely a better chance of having more vehicles. So should you be reducing parking for that AMI unit? And that was the kind of thought process of the planning commission on that kind of justification for why they didn't want to support these. And then the last one I wanted to bring up from the planning commission is that they felt that allowing town projects to be a higher AMI doesn't set a good example for the community. They felt like, why would developers have to always meet 100 if we can go ahead in the state to get 140? Our code also allows us to. So that was the other large. So again, I'm happy to elaborate on any of this based on your questions and where you want this discussion to go. End result tonight is I am really hoping to get some direction on where to go with it from all of you. So thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Sorry, I'm thinking about 2 of the last points that you just made.
I have,
So,
yeah.
jump in if
I have
somebody's
2
ready.
questions on this slide. So the first one is an average of 140% AMI. So we're not necessarily talking about a project that's 100% is all 140%. It's an average of, right?
Yeah.
So there could be potentially be higher than that. And then related to point B, pursuing funding and then ultimately funding is received. So what happens if like the federal government, because 140% AMI is higher than they would typically fund, doesn't fund the project, then does that sink the whole thing? Because it says
would.
ultimately received?
It would, they would not qualify for the incentives at that average of 140% AMI. And the way that we have control over that is a special condition when we approved it. stating that it would have to be received in order to move forward. So we
Just
have
wondering
that
if that's, I mean, it does allow for the state agency or federal government, but I can't see the federal government funding a project that's proposed at that average AMI.
But we tried to cover a basis, to be a little broad as far as, it's kind of the same thing with, the State Affordable Housing Fund. I ended up going to a few different people at DOLA just to get, there's so many different terms used right now for that fund. They felt like that language was the most broadest that would still meet the needs of us, and it was kind of the same thing for that. Letter to them.
A lot of parts.
Yeah. I'm feeling a little bit like a work session to talk about this would be helpful. I'm confused about what you were saying the planning commission would like as far as splitting rentals and owners.
Yes, so they were thinking, so right now, if you have that project, and the project is defined basically as all of your units are residential, 100% AMI average. Then you get to have all of these incentives that are in the code, if approved by the planning commission. And the planning commission is saying, well, maybe all those incentives shouldn't be for all projects. Maybe rentals have their own unique incentives and ownership projects have their unique. Now,
I
there's no
would
way
need
to also
clarification
determine.
on what those were, because I don't know if they're saying that the renters get more incentives or the
Yeah.
owners get more
So
incentives.
their perspective, I believe, is basically lower AMIs should get less parking requirements and more flexibility.
Yeah, that's hard now. That's hard now.
So what happens if something shifts where rental property becomes owned?
And there would be no way that we could stop that. They would have gotten in under one, and then they could go ahead and condominiumize them or townhome, flat them and sell them.
And I know this is not here. Why are we assuming that renters need fewer cars? I don't understand.
Where they thought rentals should be lower income, and lower income probably had less vehicles.
I'm living in them, so I don't know.
Yeah, I don't like that.
I'm just kidding.
You don't like less parking in general, or the separation
No, I
between
like less
assuming
parking. I
the
just-
two
They're
characteristics?
supposed to be equitable, right? I mean, that's.
Yeah.
Before I get to my list. This is the pre-list. But wasn't the code amendments that we did pretty much only applied to a single owner, multi-unit rental property?
It could be a for sale property also, I can check the code.
Okay. My recollection was that was the whole point, was then you had one owner controlling all the parking issues and all the common issues that made it so that it wasn't diverse owners.
As we talk about right here.
Well,
I don't know
Alright.
that it discern between rental.
Yes, thank you, Emily. Emily is my expert on this section of code.
I wouldn't say expert, but for properties that are for rent owned by a single owner, so
An apartment building.
yes. They can receive more parking incentives based on the affordable housing incentive program. So such as car sharing programs, that's only allowed for one owner. Yeah.
You might want to.
Which-
I don't know.
Phone a friend worked.
Run
Go
it
for it.
down.
You got it. Yep.
Is there any urgency on this conversation? Is there a project in the pipeline that we're really talking about?
We thought that it could potentially be used for 602 Galena. But as far as pushing you to make a decision, I don't think we're at that much of a rush.
Okay.
So.
I just then in looking for direction, which means what's my opinion? I don't like one person approving anything. So my view is whether it's the director and the town manager or the planning commission, I'm not sure why, I don't understand why the planning commission wouldn't be able to appropriately make this decision in a reasonable time, similar to the director or a combination of people. That's kind of why they're there. Takes the heat off your desk. I like 140 over 100 only because it breeds flexibility. we have rental units that are capped at 140, we can always go back to the owners and incentivize them to give the unit to 100% AMI person. The fact that we all have sticker shock over what rent is these days. Yeah, yeah, that's a problem. That's what we're dealing with. I very much dislike the idea of restricting visitor parking. All you're doing there is creating a fight down the road because the visitors are going to park. Now, are they gonna park in visitor parking or are they gonna steal the neighbor's parking spot? I don't know. But the minute you reduce visitor parking, I almost feel like if it's an apartment building, you can limit parking for the residents easier than you can limit parking for visitors. So I didn't understand if we're at 140 AMI and they want to reduce it, or it's $3,493. What does if we drop it to 100, where does the person who earns 130% AMI get to go rent from?
Next.
So we need all of.
Yes, that's what I was trying to say at the work session. It's like those units don't exist.
So that's sort of where that's where I land on all of this. And fundamentally, I think it's a good conversation, may need a work session because it's.
We can keep discussing it on, we don't have to go to, I mean, this is a discussion motion, so we don't have public comment or anything, so we can.
Okay, whatever works.
Discuss away.
So kind of on the point of the decision maker. I know typically they are made by the planning commission, but just given the fact that the planning commission doesn't agree with any of our potential incentives here. I don't trust the planning commission to make the appropriate so we could call it up, right? But could it be our decision instead of planning commission's decision?
Yeah, same thing as you have to vote on a final decision.
And so what would be the trigger point of not calling that up, but the decision that would, but does it bypass planning commission?
Whatever you make it, you could come up to go back down. If
You
you
could really
come up for the number.
It's just kicking it back to planning commission because that's their role. I'm not confident that this current planning commission would ever, if we put these incentives in place, they're not. I don't trust that they would approve a project given their current recommendation. So if we go, what's that?
That would not be their unbiased position as planning commissioners. If we set this forward and they didn't agree with it, they would still theoretically have to have an unbiased view of, implementing these things, but. You should feel however you want.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we give them.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. That should be the idea, but they've never, there's been very few times where we have not taken their recommendation. And if we try to set their direction against their recommendation, I just don't, that's not. I mean, it's not that I don't trust our planning commission, but on this particular issue.
It would be.
We have a conflict here, like, we don't agree with that body at the moment. So I would like to see that potentially be the council's decision at this point. And then I agree with almost everything you said, except parking. But I do see your point about it's easier to potentially enforce or regulate resident parking versus visitor. But I'm always for incentives on reducing parking. We're paying so much money to lay asphalt and require parking on an affordable housing project, and we're nitpicking over AMIs. And we could easily solve this problem by reducing parking.
I mean, it's almost the opposite for me. The AMI is like the biggest deal for me. Parking's, I just like getting somebody a place to live. Why doesn't somebody come up with like a new type of housing where it's designed to not have cars? Why can't it be a super environmental, sustainable project where there's no parking and we don't have to have this conversation?
Because our code says you have to have X number of parking.
We can do
But
that right here.
but down here in Galena, that would be the perfect spot because it's right in the core of town. Like, it's just the perfect experiment, you know?
100% agree with you.
But I mean,
But our code requires
Yeah,
a minimum
so-
amount of parking per unit.
well, let's change that for whatever environmental types of buildings. Like, I don't want to bicker about parking. I just want a whole complex that's like, you live here, you don't have a car. Welcome. or whatever, to make really cool bike racks. With a, you know, that would be easier, like, let's say, oh, here's the idea, if you wanna build a fully sustainable solar, what, all the bells and whistles for environmentalism, that should be the goal. Instead of like bickering about parking spaces, like, where's the incentives to build that building? And I know it's like far-fetched and I'm talking, you know, the Lorax is picking me up later, but you know, I'm just saying, like.
You were a literature major, right?
I was.
That's when you cite the Lorax.
No, but I'm just saying, like.
So you'd be in favor of the limiting the parking, visitor parking?
I'm not sure. I would love to do a work session on all of this because I wasn't here the last meeting, so I missed this whole conversation. I've got a lot to sift through. I'm not completely against all of Planning Commission's suggestions. I do agree with some of them. So I would just, you know, maybe it would be better to kind of come back and dig back into this. I don't know. I don't have a list like Andy does. I just want some complex that's like.
I mean, I guess I would just say, part of the reason, as Katie said, we're here tonight just as an agendized discussion is in lieu of being constrained by time in a work session. I mean, this is essentially a work session item. Like, we're just giving more direction. We're not voting on anything. We can bring it back to continue discussing if people think tonight's not the night for it, or if there's small fruit we can pick off of this. So you do have some more direction, but I think just because don't be fooled as its location within the meeting this evening. It is just a general discussion to give more direction back to Katie to come back to us with ordinance changes if that's where we're going. So
Can you describe the density bonus part again? And maybe even flip to the slide, so.
Yeah, there's not much in the slide on it.
Well, but I still,
that's where I got.
density bonus is for me so hard to understand, I don't know why, but it is.
It's contradictory.
So you get a density bonus on a project to add more units than is currently allowed because of a certain AMI level. But the density, the extra density could be limited to 80%, 100%, like, isn't that the decision?
Right now it is
100%. So this is saying that for a average 140% AMI project, well, the planning commission is saying that they shouldn't get the density bonus, but potentially they could get the density bonus, and that those extra units would be currently under the code 100% AMI. So really, you're getting 100% AMI. And does that count towards the average?
But this is
Of the
Based
project?
on an average, currently, it is 100%. That is the required limitation. The deed restriction on a density bonus unit will be 100% AMI.
This
period,
is
not an average.
from an entire workforce development. This is our regular.
Yeah,
density
that's
bonus.
correct.
So what's
Okay.
odd is that when the town adopted the word affordable housing, they put bonus density into it. It's it was an affordable housing, but now it's under that too. So correct. Jesse, I think the point you're getting at is accurate, but there's a little uncertainty of what happens if there was more units, they were over 100% than the number that were under, that wouldn't get bonus density. Now you can't you're not meeting the bonus density because you're not meeting that. So for bonus density, so let's say you had a property that allowed 12 units by right. You put 12 units on. They can be any rental, any sale price. Anything over that 12 units, you build number 13, it's gotta be 100% affordable. Number 14 has to be the same size, but it can be rented at a market rate. So the planning commission was just afraid, they just didn't want to bring any 140% in for the way this is written in here would be you could potentially go higher, get more units if you had higher AMIs. And I think that's more of what I know, I feel like I apologize, I wish I could, this was a computer, I could pull it up, but I can explain.
All right, so what does 140% matter in this instance if you have 12 units and you could do it market rate and you can still do the density bonus? Who cares about 140% AMI?
Correct. So I think the point, yes, I think in summary, we can take it out and it's not a big deal, to answer your question. We put it in there for consistency under affordable housing, the 100, not take out bonus density. Take out the 140% AMI unit requirement. So basically, getting in circles, let me pause for a second, regroup. So if gonna go back here to, okay, this part of the code was not just put under affordable housing incentives, it was put under bonus density. And it probably doesn't need to be, and therefore, good feds agreeing with me, that suggested removal is okay.
Unless you feel like you need higher AMIs on the bonus units to incentivize the construction, because remember, that's the one-to-one discussion. Right now, for every 2 bonus units you get, 1 is to be deed restricted. And you've had developers come in here and say, well, 1-to-1 doesn't pencil, it's not economical to do it, I need 2, or I need 1.5 market rate units per deed restricted unit. So unless you're interested in having that discussion for those reasons, but I think Katie's right. I don't see the policy logic of allowing what is 100% affordable housing project, right, to go to 140, but then just by fiat saying, you get that on the density bonus too, right?
Correct, so this, if we have this in, and you did bonus density, it could potentially have projects, let's say 602 Galena went through this, it was all approved as written, but they could have 140%, they're using bonus density to get us more housing units. If we had this under bonus density, then the question is, could they then have some of their affordable units be 140?
Okay.
And I don't think we need to.
I was interpreting it as an average 140% AMI
That's what I thought
project
too.
Sorry, yeah.
couldn't do density bonus or what, and I'm like, well,
They'll
that's.
still be able to do bonus density, then bonus density, they'd be limited to the 100% that currently
Yeah,
exists.
okay.
They
And
couldn't
so
go up to
The question here
140.
would have been, could that go up to 140%
If we
AMI?
leave it in,
Okay.
But it's almost double dipping at that.
If
Yeah.
I may, just sort of like,
Yeah,
to put it into context, the developer who was looking to do the plan came forward, and this was a couple of years ago. And they were looking, they had use by right to build, I think, 5 units. And then they were gonna do the 1-for-1 bonus density and get up to 12 units or something on it. The 1-for-1 is market value, and the one that they wanted to build for affordable was gonna be 160%
Right,
AMI.
right.
Right?
yeah,
Which this is where I'm thinking, this is where the planning commission was not up for.
Right.
For that crossover there. I think that's, and so this doesn't apply to Galena so much, right?
But
At
they're
all,
gonna be
because
lower.
it's right, it's 100%. And it's not the 1-for-1 market value affordable unit, right?
yep, I understand the
It would
question
be,
now.
could you
Yep,
could a bonus unit go up to 140% instead of the 100 we have now? Is-
Right.
If you take it out, they can't, then they're always gonna be 100. No. Or-
and if you leave it, it doesn't mean they always could.
Correct. It's-
It means,
It would only be for a project that will.
like the flexibility, but I don't know that every project would go there. But anyway, I understand what you're saying. I
Yeah,
was,
so that
I
one
was
was hard for me.
confused what that ask was.
Wrap my brain around it also.
Yeah.
Can I do a couple?
Yeah.
Okay, so again, the 140% mostly came from developers who were saying they couldn't pencil it out in doing 100%, and that's basically it. And, we can choose whether or not we think that's a good idea, or if the state, agrees that that's where they're gonna bump it or something. I don't know, I think it's important that we have some at 140%, but I also feel like you almost need to even that out a little bit with some underneath, under 100%. But the problem is you're still not making, to pencil it out in order for 140%, that pays for what you're doing, right? We're not subsidizing that at all, right? That's just for them to come forward with their own project.
Well, is that true? Cause I thought this was only for projects that we're involved with.
Yeah.
This will be only for projects that we're
We're
involved
involved,
in.
yeah, so it's.
But the 140 that we proposed came off of the feedback
Right,
from third-party developers who are also having trouble finding.
right, but this wouldn't apply to an all developer, no town involvement project.
No, not if it goes based on the.
Okay.
criteria.
So I'm sorry, I just
Well, no,
wanted to
but
clarify
what-
that.
What if an all developer project came forward with looking for the bonus density to do a market value and an affordable?
Well, they can still
Different.
do the bonus density.
But that's a different thing, cause it's not the affordable housing, 100%. This
It's
is
not
just
the
for
100%
100% affordable
correct.
housing.
Right, there's that, there should be that little delineation if
Yeah.
there's not.
Yeah,
Yeah.
separate. That's, I was confused on that earlier
Yeah.
too, so these are separate.
Yes,
Yeah, you have a bonus, under the same affordable housing realm, you have bonus density in those restrictions, and then you also have the affordable housing
Right.
incentives. We're proposing to put this in both, but based on feedback, it may be worth bringing it out of the bonus density.
right. Yeah, so my other thing was just, what's to stop the one decision maker from, granting 140 to all of them. Anybody that comes across your desk that wants 140%, then everybody gets it, right? It's sort of, that's where, as Andy was saying, at least a checks and balances of having a manager or somebody to at least agree or something with it, as opposed to the whole planning commission, I'm not opposed to the planning commission making these decisions, but I don't know that they have to for this, I think this warrants a lot more discussion on this whole topic. And I'm not sure that we're all as versed as some of us, in this area to be giving direction on this. So like personally, I would say, I think we need more discussion. We need to, do a work session and or whatever else with
Can I-
or without the planning commission.
Can I devil's advocate what you just said though, on the, would we not be in a phenomenally great place if Katie was being inundated with 100% workforce housing applications at 140% AMI? Like, I don't think we're gonna have 40 of these projects coming in the next 50 years
And they would get approved.
that would get a,
Right, so
But
that's
so, like-
100%, so also.
but I also don't think we're gonna get 100%, right?
Without the
Like,
density bonus one, that's staying at 100, no matter what, we'll keep that separate,
If that's.
and then.
like
so
how
this-
many actual projects in reality will we be working as a town with under these under these codes?
Right, so I would wonder, Galena, will they wanna do at least a few 140 AMI units and then to make up for, for being under 100? I don't know, and is that okay? Then maybe,
Yeah.
but.
And that's why I think that conversation.
Though they can't, right?
Well,
Well,
you wanna know,
because of the lie tech,
Yeah.
they can't do that.
662, we know we're not looking at Glide Tech for.
Yeah.
So that one could potentially apply if we had permission to apply for the petition to go up to 140 to make financing work. So yes, that could end up being that type of project, and
Right,
just to kind of put that out there.
That's already what the agreement says.
That's
The
what it is.
agreement, the development agreement on Galena already says they can go to 140. In fact, it lays out the number of units anticipated at each of those levels and bedroom count. There's a chart in that agreement.
And if they couldn't meet that, if we agreed on, they'd have to come back to council to change those AMIs and ratios.
And that's why I think planning commission shouldn't be in the AMI business, right? Like
neither should
no, because it is 100% it'd be nice not to be, but it's right, that's policy and that's planning commission knows like this is too vague for it. And this is something, these projects are gonna be probably started in this room. We should have kind of the knowledge of what we're wanting. It's not like planning commission sits with the housing study and debates it and discusses it like we do. They have building people plannings come to them versus this is gonna start with us anyway, I would assume, right? Katie, almost always, so we're probably gonna be a part of this before it ever goes to planning commission.
Especially since this project always, so
pyramid. So I almost feel like the decision makers are already us in this situation by nature of what it is.
I think, backing up, I apologize. Why is it so important that we're involved in their financing to decide if this is 100 or 140% AMI project?
Yeah, so, well, we could just ignore what the state allows us to do, to go up to the higher AMIs and say, no, our code says 100%, that's it. And if they don't make the financing work, then we don't see that.
But the way it's been written, unless they get state financing, we don't even have the conversation of raising it up to 140. Whereas if they said, we're gonna get our financing from, NHP has a financing arm. It's not state, it's not government, it's a workforce housing 501c3. Why does where they're getting their money impact our decision of if it's a good use of that? To me, it's a variance, but.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I think that it's a good question. Where we were coming from when we drafted it this way was trying to also not make it so everybody could have the right to go to 140. Because we didn't think, and this is again, looking for direction from council, we didn't think the town wanted to see all affordable housing projects to go up to 140% average AMI. We really want them to be an average of 100% AMI like it's written now, but potentially recognize that there could be a few exceptions where the financing really won't work and we won't get that project unless we go to 140.
And part of this is being driven by that developer coming to us and saying, we need this to qualify into the state programs, right? So we're trying to adapt our code to allow them to apply for the state programs, which will bring free money, which.
But you're restricting them from utilizing a source of funding other than the state to build the same project.
Yeah, that's true.
But they're not getting that.
Oh,
I mean, the reason they're coming to us is because they're not getting that funding to begin with.
No, because they're only coming to us. They can only come to us only if they use the state SCAP funding.
But that's not all the funding, right? I think the presumption is that's part of the stack.
Yeah,
They refer-
yes, there would be obviously projects are gonna have. That's not. It won't just, the state will help supplement it and give a good chunk of money towards it, but it will also have supplemental.
Right, they're gonna have multiple
But
sources.
part of that funding we have written would have to become from that administered.
I mean, honestly, let's just change it and say it's First Bank. First Bank now has a really great funding program, and we say we will only raise it from 100 to 140% AMI if you use First Bank's workforce housing project money. Doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, well, but we don't have any reason, First Bank, why do we think First Bank has affordable housing? Well, that's my point, we know the state has, right, money that they're giving away for it, and we know that the federal government is giving away money.
Okay, well,
They just can get it from somebody
yeah, but
else.
what does that tell us about AMI in our own town?
Right, but they can't get the money from the
No, I'm
reason they
saying,
can't get
like-
money from the state is they're not proposing a sufficiently affordable project.
I'm breaking
right?
it on hard.
State ran out of money. I mean, I don't know, or they don't want the states, that maybe the state's money comes with too many requirements. It's just something I can get past, but I gotta bring it up. That steering the developer to be a required source of funding doesn't necessarily accomplish our goal. It may restrict our goal. But for that requirement, they can get this done. But they can't get the state money for some reason, or don't want to.
Well, that was my same comment about the federal side, because if it was just the federal component of B, then we're definitely shooting ourselves in the foot, because they're never gonna. Feds are not gonna fund 140% AMI project. But the state will.
And Liz just brought up, didn't we just enter into, a contract to get our housing needs assessment done? And so that actually says that where we're missing and where our needs are. Like, do we need to make these changes and then in the year when we're done with our study, come back and say, well, maybe we need this instead, or maybe, you know, this wasn't the right choice.
Why not? I mean, that's just evolving the code, like, why not?
I feel like we've evolved the code for certain reasons over a period of time and we're not getting anywhere. And I'm not sure that, I don't know, you just looking at the AMI chart, it's like 140%. Like, I'm not even gonna be able to afford that place. I'm just being honest, like, you know, I don't know. Do we have a rundown of like,
The code changes that we have made are fueling other projects other than the
Many other,
one
yep.
company.
well,
that
because
is,
I was reading the planning commission's recommendation and they were saying that if these are only town projects, then it's public perception isn't good because other developers aren't gonna have access to this code change or the ability to build these types of projects. So I don't know. I guess
That's not exactly true.
No.
because These are not projects.
what's
I know
not.
they're perceived to be because we've written development.
Wait, I'm
agreements.
confused because you were saying these are only for town projects.
Only the town can submit the petition
Yeah.
to the state to get a higher AMI
That's
for
where the
funding.
town gets involved. here,
So-
that Many of these state
Not like our
programs,
code.
many of these state programs were the only ones that are eligible for applying for the money, so the developer has to partner with us.
It's a-
Partner being a bad term.
You were like, I know.
So, well, doesn't even the fact that we are creating our own housing authority create more opportunity for us to be partnering with more developers? And Katie, I guess what I'm hearing is I feel like I know this stuff pretty well. Not as well as you, right, for sure. But when we talk about the workforce housing, which is 100% of it, and then we talk about the density bonus project, I guess what I'm saying is I'd like to see it broken out like this. I'd like to see a bullet point of questions under each topic as to what it is as we go forward to help guide the conversation. And I think that'll be more productive of everyone's time, especially yours and your staff's. I respect that the planning commission's input on this and bringing it to our attention, especially the rental versus versus own conversation. But I also I feel like they're experts in their realm. We've had a lot more missing middle conversation than they have, and that became wickedly clear in our last meeting with them. And the fact that one of our commissioners is on now that board and that drum is being beaten at the state level by that person is a good thing. I think it gives us more flexibility. I don't know if we would explain that to folks, but I think that's kind of where I'm coming at. And the fact that we have projects that were gonna be LIHTC that are not, where the nonprofit came forward and said, hey, this doesn't work. Give us a broader spectrum to work on and the whole project works. I don't know what's going to happen down there yet. You guys, I think you know my feelings on that. But I think this one looks great, the way it's set up, and it's because of that mix. And the folks over here, to reinforce what Andy said, was I think they had 5, they were going to build 7, they could fit 9. They couldn't put 9 on there because of parking, 1, and then 2, the 160s where they needed that AMI to go. I don't know that we need to go to one. I don't want to, but the 140 sounds reasonable when we're talking about options. And then to Andy's point is, I don't really want to drive where they get their financing if there's other pots to pull from, and that information I don't have. And Elizabeth doesn't want them to drive. Correct.
No.
So we're good. Yeah. I think
Thank
Katie
you
may
for
have-
outlining that, and I just wanna say, I think I'm still getting confused around the qualification of a project having to be 100% affordable and the 100% AMI. So we're talking about 100% as a use of language, but we're actually using it as a qualifier for projects. And we're using it in the AMI discussion, and that's getting really confusing. So I think laying that like sort of workflow out where this applies to this kind of project and then trying to keep that 100% AMI piece. So I don't know how you do that, but that was getting confusing
Yep.
for me in this conversation.
And we have ample work session time, knowing what the agenda planning calendar looks like. So I think maybe we'll work on bringing this back because I think Rick's summary was a good one. I'm with Jesse. I need to see it visually. And I think, and I also know we have some parking conversations coming that'll also not exactly overlap with this, but.
And to your point, there's still conversations at the state level to allow communities like ours to apply for that higher AMI before we even get into the exceptions of greater percentages. But I don't know if I stated that right, but it's my understanding, right, that we're gonna have a different AMI chart. So a 100% AMI in Frisco, Colorado is not going to be the same, and I know it's not right now, but generally speaking, it's going to be higher than in Lakewood, Colorado for a like property. Per person qualified. We don't have that information yet.
No, I actually admit, I'm not sure.
I don't know how the two compare either.
Yeah.
The statistical areas.
Just, it's a philosophical thought.
Yes.
Yes.
What are we considering that project like workforce housing, affordable housing? What's the?
I think it depends on, it goes back to the problem of definition. Everybody's got a different.
For the ones though that are in place that are moving forward right now with planning commission, those do have development agreements. So
Yep.
the council has
they're-
already set up to 140% AMI and
Lock
site
those in.
units like that referred to. So they are basically allowed by the town already to go higher.
So. Back for work session with a little more.
Follow-up question, you want us to try to coordinate that with or just-
I don't think so. I think this is, they've weighed in and now it's back to us for policy. So. Yeah.
And yeah, we'll do a better job really bringing forward outlines like Rick suggested, and even taking the current code and putting like some text throughout it to help explain this. Thank you. Sorry, that was a longer one.
Affordable housing is the term throughout this section, or is it workforce housing? Because right there it said
The
affordable.
Housing section?
It's affordable.
And then.
The generic strike through, the whole thing and make it workforce, because that also will drive
Yep.
them. Elizabeth's point.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it's I don't know. I'm like
But
keep
it is
changing my mind.
From a perception piece, that's why they're like, the planning commission looks at 140 and they're like, well, that's not affordable. But we're like, well, we need housing at that level.
For the
So we need
workforce.
workforce housing, because there are doctors that can pay for that. There are people that we need in our workforce that need that unit, but it's not affordable to 100% AMI.
Yeah.
So I think affordable and workforce is important, the language that we
Yeah,
use.
and that project's gonna have a combination of AMIs, right? So it's not all 140.
Yeah, but our code says affordable housing throughout, and so if you just straight read that, then I could see why the planning commission's like, well, 140 is not affordable.
Right.
But we want both affordable and for the workforce, like at the missing middle that Rick was talking about.
And then we started opining on what's
affordable
affordable
Yeah.
relative to what all those charts say.
Yeah.
We're entering into something.
Yeah, and just because.
The right people to do that.
Yes.
I come from the other side of it where I know a lot of homeless people that wish they had a place to live.
But they're also still part of our workforce.
Yeah,
So
but they're
that's
not
why-
gonna be able to live there.
But it depends, right? That's why we say workforce, not affordable, because that encompasses
That's the
everybody.
range.
I've
Workforce
people
can
that
be.
drive from Leadville
Yeah,
every
but
day,
I
like,
think you're looking at it wrong. Workforce can be a 30% AMI earner who's going to the care clinic. Workforce can be our doctor, the teacher.
I just think it's easier for certain income levels to find housing.
Not by the surveys we're seeing. Right now, nobody can, which is part of the problem.
No, but I know, but if, never mind.
Yeah, the AMI discussions just.
It's a mess.
It just bugs me because I see so many people that need housing that, I get it. I know it's teachers.
The moving target.
Yeah.
So we'll bring this back for a good work session. We'll remind me to plan for ample time for that one. Because I think we'll need it.
Sorry.
Anything else before we adjourn? That was the last one on the agenda.
Oh,
Mr. Mayor,
Travel.
I move to adjourn.
That's adjourned. Thank you all.
Thank you.
My head's spinning.
No,
There's a lot of cement.
you're very helpful, like
Yeah.
breaking things down. I appreciate it. Right back at you too. It's helpful.
That was a big.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I thought I was ready and I knew.
I did too. I was like coming in, I read the packet. I remembered our conversation with the planning commission. I'm like, I got this. And as soon as we started talking, I'm like, I've got this. Which one? is
No,
that?
that's exactly how I felt.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah. But you know what? That's like, like you hear somebody really smart describe something, you're like, yeah, I could play scale.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
And then you sit down at the controls, you're like, I wasn't listening. Yeah.
Pretty good. That's a good